Okay, I'm gonna wait a couple more minutes. Um, I'm gonna wait a few minutes for people to come in. We've been doing a lot of I've been doing a lot of like organizing. Um, I don't know. I don't know if anyone's got their notifications on. We'll give it a couple minutes. Oh, okay, right. I don't know who's here, but hi. I'm gonna wait for more people to come in because this we're gonna be doing like a little watch party thing. I thought I'd do that. The reason why I've got my camera off, I haven't been feeling great. I haven't been feeling great at all. Um, yeah, I've been feeling quite sick, and it's the time of the month, and oh boy, it's not been great. So yeah, I haven't been feeling too great at all. Do forgive me for that. I'm gonna need to go to the doctors at some point and get checked because I think I might be diabetic. And I say that because I've been experiencing symptoms for several years now, and I think it's gotten to a point where I need to get diagnosed. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it came out that I did have diabetes. I mean, I can live with it. I'm more than willing to accept that because in a way I already knew that there were like signs. More people coming in. Hello, everyone. How have your days been? What have you all done today? Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I'm just looking through my Instagram now, see if any like more people have looked at my if anyone has looked more into because I made the I can't really speak. I'm feeling kind of delirious today, so I'm just checking my Instagram. Nothing beats a sweet coffee. I've also had some Biscoff, um, but it's not like bought Biscoff donuts. It's like Biscoff um, spread that I put on some plain ring donuts. So that was nice. I needed that immediately because it was like an emergency. I felt like I was gonna faint. It was really bad. I don't know what I might want for dinner because I've had that several minutes ago while I was preparing for this stream. Um, can you guys hear me all right? I'm just checking because I only used StreamYard one at a time. It went okay, but I watched some of the clips, not the clips, but some parts of the that stream. I watched that back, and I noticed that we're like a little. Yeah, I'm not really feeling too great. I'm not going to turn on my camera for this stream. Yeah. So, anyways, I've been looking through the previous stream that I did on through StreamYard, and I noticed that there were like several blips with the audio. I mean, it wasn't like noticeable, but like it's, I don't know, maybe it's just me. uh, yeah, it's time of the month. It's been awful. I mean, I haven't had any like outbursts or anything like that, so it's not been like all terrible, but at the same time, it still sucks. God damn it! I finished my cough sweets. Hi, Cool Breeze. I'm not really having my camera on right now because I'm not really feeling all that great. We're going to be doing a watch party today, or tonight in my country. It's to do with VangelinaSkov and another person called Mahbluebird. And I wanted to do that because they pretty much made the same video. And I honestly thought that was funny. I came across yesterday or today. I think it was yesterday. And oh my god, the amount of similarities it adds to VangelinaSkov's video. Honestly, it's hilarious because it's like full of like the same kind of fluff, but except it has like some kind of political social twist on it. Not because, oh, you're going to be in a bit, because I'm low key pissed. Well, not low key pissed. I am really pissed that these kinds of narratives are being spread around now, because it's very clear that the people who are defending Eugenia, who have completely gone back on their word, they've become complicit. Hence why I've highlighted my comment. Like, Eugenia Cooney stands the pro Anna community. I should have said the anti-recovery as well. I should have included that, but oh well, it's like the same thing. Anyways, Eugenia Cooney stands the pro Anna community, the anti-recovery community, and the commentary community are all complicit, which I absolutely believe. And if they see an issue with that, then they're part of the problem. Point blank, period. And the fact that like some of these people have gone after some of my friends, they've made it personal now. I have to make some videos now and streams to defend them. And myself, because they're now coming after me, especially Diet Coke Head. You know, that fucking lunatic. Oh my god. This the comments that she left, I put them on my community thing, but oh my god, she's off the rails. I made some I made some comments about her, about how she hasn't died yet, and I know that sounds real fucked up, but the path that she was heading on, and I still think she's on now. Like, am I wrong? Am I really wrong? Please let me know, because Jesus Christ, I don't like. She obviously she's been very open about her anorexia and bulimia and all that, but there's very clearly drugs involved. I mean, if you just look at her face and the way that she acts, she's not right in the head. Very clearly not right in the head, and I don't mean that in a nasty way. Actually, you know what? I take that back. I take that back. Hey, Bluebird. But yeah, Diet Coke. Yeah, Cokehead. Yeah, I'm just gonna call her Cokehead now. Cokehead. I don't think she should have a platform. She should not have a platform. She's very. I know that she's like, oh, I'm not pro Anna. Well, yeah, no, you're full of shit. Sis is full of absolute horse shit. So we're gonna be doing a little watch party today of 2 videos, or like we're analyzing 2 videos and why they're mostly full of shit. So that'll be fun. I'm gonna be doing a VangelinaSkov video first, and then I'm gonna move on to Mahbluebird. I know Cool Breeze has said that he isn't really like. Oh, sorry, I don't know you, Genta. They're not familiar. Sorry. And no, that noise was not a fart. It was my hand going around my neck and making noises. Christ, I'm a literal child. I think I can do that with my hands too. You know, making like fart noises. but there's also, I think I can also do it with my legs too. I can do it with my legs. I can do it with my neck and my. Yeah, this is turned really immature, real quick. Anyways, moving on from farts. Air fart. Yeah, I would not fart live on stream. That would be absolutely cringe. I think we're gonna start with the videos now. I don't. I don't know actually. I don't know if I want dinner. I don't know. Because my mom said I can message her because I'm streaming upstairs and she's downstairs. But I've just had food. I don't know. My brain. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna be starting it now because I've rambled on and off. I wish I had some cough sweet with me. Yeah, we're doing VangelinaSkov's video. I already watched it. I'll admit I've already watched it, but I'm the more I've thought about it, and the more videos that she's put out since then about the Eugenia situation, the more pissed I've gotten. And I know I'm not the only one. So let's get to it.
Known figure on.
Oh wait, sorry. Can you hear the video? Is this okay? I'm gonna start it now.
The internet for a long time.
Yeah.
Eugenia Cooney has been a widely known figure on the internet for a long time. Initially, she began streaming on YouNow and later began making videos on YouTube about fashion, makeup, her life, or pretty much anything she felt like. Today, she mainly makes makeup and cosplay videos, and her channel has over 2 million subscribers. Plus, she has over 100,000 followers on Twitch, where she streams.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you can hear it. Okay. Right. So this is just a little overview that no one cares about. Yeah.
And the potentially vital role that commentary.
Wait. Sorry about
every day. It's rare for somebody who's been online as long as Eugenia to avoid controversy, and that is certainly true for her as well. However, Eugenia has become one of the most contested YouTubers on the platform. Today we're going to be taking a look at why Eugenia Cooney is as controversial as she is, as well as looking at how we got here and the potentially vital role that commentary and tea channels have played in getting us to this point.
People are able to say and do anything about her, and just because you don't like her, people are willing to believe it.
In support of the petition to deplatform Eugenia Cooney.
How are you so nice?
Eugenia Cooney is not a nice person.
We can't do anything just by yelling at her through our videos. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work.
You are a disgusting human being.
How many videos can you make on a person before concern becomes exploitation?
Everyone just comes to my streams like literally to attack me lately, okay?
For this series, I really wanted to talk to as many people as possible, and that includes
this bit right here. This bit right here. Oh boy. Let me tell you why this irks me so much, and why it's irked so many other people. I want to talk to as many people as possible. She is not once bothered to reach out to Jacqueline Glenn. Not once has she reached out to, I don't know, like Blair White made a video the same year going over how Jacqueline Glenn like tried to help her out, tried to help out Eugenia. And like she also, interesting fact, while she was like, she made Blair made this Instagram story about Eugenia, and shortly after she did that, she got messages from people who watched her content and have like, you know, been battling their own EDs, and not once has Vangelina brought that up. She's not tried to get those people, not tried to reach out to them or anything. Not, I'm sorry, it just pisses me off. There's also the fact that like she's not reached out to where's it, like Johnny Gilbert. Johnny Gilbert made a video too about how he couldn't watch her anymore. She hasn't reached out to him. There's also let me. Oh, that Spanish guy who made a video about the Kingdom Hearts thing and the rehab. I need to look that up. I need to. Oh gosh, I forgot what his name was. Rosehip. It's like they all forget what. Yeah. This it's like I genuinely. God, it really is a cover up. Holy shit. That's why I say these people are complicit, because they know the truth, yet they want to hide it. It's so fucked. It's so fucking evil. I need to find it. Who is it? I'm sorry. I just need to check my history, because I've watched his video today, as well as his other one too. Crap. Oh, sorry, Discord. Where are you? Shit. No. Sorry for this, guys. I'm just trying to look for. Where are you? Yeah, it's just, he said that like he was echoing the same things as Jacqueline was in regards to Eugenia having an issue with lying about things and her health. This one, yeah, Makeup by Dallas. She hasn't reached out to him. Vangelina didn't even bother to reach out to him. What about Repsion too? He made videos. And yes, like the fact that I'm mentioning Repsion and Blair White, even though they've done like lots of fucked up shit, like the fact that Vangelina didn't reach out to them is fucking, it's bullshit. Utter bullshit.
Who the episodes are about. So just sat down at my desk and I am about to have a call with Eugenia Cooney so that we can hear a lot of her opinions straight out of her own mouth, instead of trying to piece together what she thinks about everything. To be honest, I don't really know what to expect, because
I think you should. I mean, we've all watched the documentary she was in, as well as like, you know, I mean, even I know that people have a lot of. Sorry, that was a car. I know there are a lot of issues. Sorry, my mind's all over the place. I know a lot of people have. I know people have a lot of opinions about Shane Dawson, but she was even like dancing around certain issues around him. If she can't be honest, completely honest with him, and also, even after, you know, she was like came back and was like opening up slightly, there were still other things that she wasn't talking about. So if she can't be honest with Shane, and if she can't be honest with, you know, the people who are like have been showing her support for coming back and, you know, showing signs of recovery, then why? Like, Vangelina, girl. Like, I'm not saying that Eugenia is like a constant liar, don't get me wrong, but she has a reputation for lying.
All I know about her is what people say online and what she portrays online. So I have no idea how this is gonna go, what it's gonna be like to actually speak to her. It's also always really weird when you meet people that you only know from watching them online, because they could be completely different. And half the time, you know, they're not the same.
Oh, like you're completely different. Wait. Sorry, I know. I want to mention, I'm going to bring this up, but I'm going to talk more about it in the next stream. But this girl right here made a video about Eugenia's mum. And for some reason, she's like, well, it's to, you know, do damage control, but she's privated it. She's made it private. But people have seen that. People know that it exists.
But she's just joined, so I'm gonna let her into the waiting room and turn this off till we actually start the interview. Hi, Eugenia. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you? My name's Eugenia.
Voice.
I make videos and stream and do that kind of thing. So yeah.
Eugenia is somebody who has had a lot of videos made about her. She has had countless people questioning every aspect of her life and her online presence. And as a result, there's been a lot of theories made about her, some of which we will go into more detail on later. But for now, I want to take a...
Let's talk about theories, right? We're talking about theories now. Okay. By theories, do you mean stuff that's actually been publicized and what you're trying to cover up? Is that what you're meant to say, love? Is that what your these little minions want to say, but aren't actually saying it? This is disgusting. This is disgusting. I can't. Let me not.
Look at some people's thoughts on whether there is any validity to the speculation at all, as well as to try and determine how we got here, what started it all.
The problem with Eugenia Cooney is mainly the speculation that goes out about her.
She posted a video the other day.
Okay, wait. Let's go back to this guy, this fucker.
Some of which we will go into more detail on later. But for now, I want to take a look at some people's thoughts on whether there is any validity to the speculation at all, as well as to try and determine how we got here, what started it all.
This fucker right here, this fucker, oh boy, you wanted to bring him on, of all people. This fucking racist pedophile victim blamer. Yes, I am saying that out loud. Fucking come for me. I fucking dare you, dude. Jesus Christ. Of all the people to bring onto your fucking little bootleg documentary. Oh, I can't breathe. Right. Let me read this shit out loud. I'm going to read something out loud. This is a tweet of his. And I'm not making it up. Please keep that in mind. I'm not making it up. He has said this publicly, and let me just bring up the receipts, okay? Oh, this is too good. This is too good. Oh my god, this fucker right here. Sorry. Yeah, let me just get this shit up. Oh boy. He still has this tweet up. Like, I'm just gonna read this one. There is a lot of shit I have on this guy. And that he's like kept up by himself for some reason. He's kept this shit up. Why? Why would you want to incriminate yourself like this, dude? That's so fucking disturbing. Like, are you okay? Well, of course you're not okay. You're clearly fucked in the head. Let me just get this tweet up. Sorry, it's kind of like there's like some loading issues. Not loading issues, but oh boy, oh fucking boy. This dude wants to talk about like morality and all that when he's making some pedophilic comments, like he's having a history of racism, having a history of victim blaming. Literally eat shit, Willie Mack. Eat shit. Literally. Seriously, dude. Like, go fuck yourself to oblivion. Okay, it's up. Right. I'm not joking, by the way. Again, I'm not joking when I say that he's actually said this out loud. He still has it up. Let me. Everyone mad at Pyro for the age thing is dumb as hell. There's literally 3 year and 2 or 3 dude. He's so like illiterate. Like the grammar and the spelling. There's literally 3 year and 2 or 3 month age difference between Ivory and Pyro. He's talking about a 19 and a 15-year-old. I'm not joking. I'm not making this shit up. A 19 and a 15-year-old. What the fuck? Who talks like this? Then he says, like we're gonna call a 19-year-old a pedo if Ivory was 15 for 2 months. That's like a pedophile, not pedophile. That's like a pedophile saying that she's gonna turn 18 on her birthday, like in a couple of hours. That's literally pedophile rhetoric. It's comfortable saying like either pedophile, whatever. It's the same. It's the rhetoric. It's pedophile rhetoric. He said it happened. He says, like, we're gonna call a 19-year-old pedo if Ivory was 15 for 2 months, bro. If it's 6 months, who the fuck really cares? And then he says it happens everywhere. Pedophilia happens everywhere. A 19-year-old being with a 15-year-old happens everywhere. No, the fuck it doesn't. Newsflash, it doesn't, dude. And then he says, he has the nerve to say this. The big deal was that he wrote off Ivory, Pyrocynical. The big deal was that he wrote off Ivory and called him a clout chaser. Ivory is a good kid. Excuse me. Sorry. Ivory is a good kid and didn't deserve to have his problems dismissed like that. That's why Turkey Tom's bid was so important. He got answers and he got the apology. No, he didn't. No, he fucking didn't. Pyrocynical did not properly apologize to Ivory, okay? And I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna talk about this sometime soon, but the commentary community has completely failed Ivory. And I'm still pissed about it. I'm super fucking disgusted at the way Ivory was treated. Ivory needs an apology from the community. And this fucking pedophile. And yes, I will continue to call him a pedophile until he's actually willing to admit that he's like completely fucked up. But no, he still has these tweets up. Like, what the hell has happened to in your childhood for you to think this way? But then it gets worse. Who is the pig? I don't think I've called anyone a pig. I'm just ranting about Willie Mack, this fucker right here, this fucking pedophile, racist victim blamer. But it gets worse. There was this situation that happened within the smaller commentary community, and it was complete degeneracy. And he tried to silence this other YouTube creator called Aiden Projects, because Aiden was trying to bring it up. He was trying to hold the individual who committed said degeneracy accountable for his actions. Yeah, I will link these tweets. I'll first link the Pyro thread, and then I'll link the Aiden thread. I think the Aiden thread, yeah, that has a lot of context to it, but it's so fucked what Willie is contributing to. Like, if anything, you should be on Aiden's side. Why are you trying to cover up degeneracy? Literally, what the fuck? Like, that just shows how complicit you are with this pedophilia shit. Oh, wait, no. I've actually had. There's another thing, too. He actually excused Mr. Girl. You know, the guy who did that Cuties review? Yeah, that one. That one, yep. Yep. Oh, this guy. And he's still getting subscribers. He's still earning subscribers. He doesn't give a fuck about safeguarding whatsoever. This dude, who I hope to God doesn't have kids, gives a single flying fuck about minors. Oh, it's disgusting.
The problem with Eugenia Cooney is mainly the speculation that goes on about her.
And the way that he talks too, I've said this in my previous stream. I do think that the whole anorexia discussion and like why and the whole Eugenia Cooney thing hits home for him, because I do think that he has an ED, but he isn't being honest about it. And the way that he's like, talking with this voice too. And if you watched his videos and listen carefully to the way that he talks, it's like really hoarse. It's like his vocal cords are so damaged. Like, is he bulimic too? Willie Mack isn't a mod. I wouldn't be surprised though. I mean, the way that he fucking talks about minors. It's so sick. It's so sick. Like, something must have happened in his childhood for him to say that shit. And for him to think that way.
She posted a video the other day about her shoe collection, but there were some things in that video that people took notice of. Now, obviously, in this video, it's to show off her shoe collection, but
oh yeah,
she does angles that shows a little bit more than her shoes. Is it possible that this could be the case? Is it possible that Eugenia is taking donations to do this type of content?
I honestly would not be surprised if that was the case. I know she's like, oh, I don't do certain things for money, but really? Are you sure you're not a sex worker? I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with sex work. I mean, as long as you're safe and as long as you're careful. I mean, it's like if that's actually the case, if that's actually true, I don't just. It's like she has a thing against sex workers. Am I the only one who thinks that way? I think she has a thing against sex workers. Is she a swerve? I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop.
To show off her body.
We can't do anything just by yelling at her through our videos. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work.
I do say purposely because I do not believe this was unintentional or that she didn't.
I mean, like the thing is with Belle's video. I mean, yeah, she did kind of get this wrong, because like the eyeshadow and the underwear. Sorry, that was my stomach. The eyeshadow and the underwear didn't really match. But at the same time, though, Eugenia, why would you wear bright pink pants under that outfit when it doesn't match? And I just find that quite odd. But I mean, if Pastel Belle were to make a video, like, I mean, like, she should have, like, my biggest issue with it was that she didn't say, like, instead of saying that the panties matched the eyeshadow, she should have said that it matched with the lipstick, or was like in the same, color spectrum because they were both a shade of pink. That I can get behind. Wait, James, like the 10-year-old. Sorry, I'm just looking at. No, I was talking about Willie Mack and how he thinks 19-year-olds and 15-year-olds that kind of relationship is normal to him, and how he's been openly defending Mr. Girl. And I will say defending. I know he'll try to accuse me of like lying, but and there's also like him trying to cover up a really disgusting situation that happened in the smaller commentary community. I know he's going to accuse me of lying, but that's what happened. The evidence is there. You did that yourself. You incriminated yourself, dude. You're fucked in the head.
Realize what she was doing. This is clearly a desperate and pathetic attempt by Eugenia and her mother to try to bring some more controversy and more views to her channel, because exploiting Eugenia's condition doesn't seem to be doing it anymore.
I think Eugenia's being milked when they're—
Oh, this fucker. Edwin. Oh boy. Excuse me. Oh boy, the tables have been really turning on him, and honestly, I could not be any happier. Karma is a fucking bitch. Holy shit. It's so amazing how Karma has been treating this fucker. Because this guy has been getting away with so much. He's sick. I know. He is. But the commentary community, they don't care. Degeneracy is part of their thing. It's always been a thing there. Predatory behavior, grooming, pedophilia. It's always been a thing in the commentary community, but they find ways to sweep it under the rug. It's so fucked. It's so disgusting. Oh boy, but anyways, back to our boy Eddie. Homeboy's got receipts. Oh dear, he's the shit that's been exposed about this fucker. And how he's been trying to take people down. There's this guy, Deity, that he's been trying to take down. Unfortunately, Deity had to private so many of his streams, responding to and critiquing Edwin, and for being a degenerate, and for trying to cover shit up and slandering people. It's so fucked. Like, this guy has gotten away with so much. And he's been very open on his Homeboys Got Receipts streams. Like, he is such a mess on that channel. Like, holy shit, dude. You're one person on your main channel, but on your other channel, you're a completely different person. Like, who the hell are you? Do you even know who you are, dude? Like, more and more people have been turning against you for your clownery in your streams, where you like, it's very you're clearly an addict. You're clearly an alcohol addict. You're an alcoholic, and you just love to run your fucking mouth and say and do and allow the most disgusting shit on your streams. Like, you constantly make an ass of yourself. People are turning on you because you're fucking fake. And the comments on this video. Oh boy. She also, like, it's not just the fact that she got backlash for this whole fluff piece, right? This feature of Edwin, and I think Willie got backlash too, but there was also Edwin. His feature has been getting backlash because people aren't stupid. They've seen him act a fool.
There's literally nothing to milk, right? But you squeeze, and her name, I guess, can still—
Fucker, what? Wait, oh god, sorry. My mistake, my bad. Shit. There's nothing to milk? Did this fucker really just say that? Did he really just say that?
Be doing it anymore.
I think Eugenia's being milked when there's literally nothing to
Fuck you.
milk, right? But you squeeze, and her name, I guess, can still bring in clicks, so that's all that matters. I mean,
because people care, dude. Are you kidding me? I remember. I want to bring this up too. I remember him making a response to Jacqueline Glenn's videos back in 2019, and oh boy, the fact that he deleted that, but there's been a re-upload of that. People have seen they've heard what you said. Like, why are you trying to cover that up? Why are you trying to cover up the fact that you quite literally... I can't. I'm sorry.
People, when you look for a problem long enough, you're gonna find it.
Long enough? Long enough. Bro, there have been so many videos, so many clips that have been shared, that have been uploaded, that have been discussed way before this whole situation. And you know that. You know that, dude. You're so full of shit.
And that's not to say that there's no problem with Eugenia Cooney. Like,
and yet here you are.
Obviously, she's going through something, but that's very personal.
Why is it? Oh, it's personal. Then why make it public? Like, listen, okay. Let me just say this before anyone takes this out of context. I'm not saying that you can't exist on a platform when you're like sick and all that, but when you start doing shit like what Eugenia's been allowing to take place and what she's been doing and what people have critiqued her for, there is a problem. And yet here you are trying to deny shit.
But sometimes people will dig and dig and dig, and the way you see people react in the comments, I don't know.
I would definitely say that when it comes to like hate with me on the internet, that like it definitely kind of did get worse over time with me being online.
Nasty chicken bone I can't imagine what her pussy looks like.
When I first joined, I think there's kind of always going to be those people that are going to hate in you and kind of make fun of you, like no matter what you do, and just kind of find things.
This is the thing. Listen to how she talks. Like, she just... It really sucks. Like, she just dances around the issue. That's the problem with Eugenia. She just dances around issues. And I know that, like, it's not easy for someone for like disordered people, like, to open up about certain things. I mean, like, if they want to have boundaries, then yeah, they have a right to. But when you're like acting like this, I don't know, man.
To pick on. But then I think I would say like when there was kind of like certain YouTubers that kind of started like making videos about me and kind of like villainizing me to be like this like, you know, bad person or whatever, then I would say that's kind of like when the narrative changed to just kind of like, you know, there'd be some trolls that would kind of make like some like troll kind of comments to like people like actually like really attacking me and just like kind of being, I'd say, like on a different level of hateful and just like a lot more. So
I've made a lot of videos about Eugenia Cooney trying to help her. And you know, that was great, but she didn't get help. There's no way I can help her.
Did you know that his content about Eugenia is completely gone now? He made like 70 odd videos on her. Like, he was so fucked to her. I mean, I can like confidently say that this Onision is like one of the only guys to be really fucking shitty to her, like relentlessly shitty to her. He was like one of the main people to do it, and I absolutely felt for her then. However, that being said, he's no longer there now, so who else are you to blame? Well, not blame, but like, I know that there's like, you know, shitty people out there, who are like Greg, but at the same time, you can't just go after every single person who makes a video about you and claims that they're haters. Like, I get that lots of hate can, like, you know, distort how you perceive things, but you have to get out of that mindset at some point.
Really. But the other side of me, my comedian side, isn't done. I have a
comedian side? When were you ever funny?
split personality. So today, let's make Eugenia Cooney and WWE 2K18. Female, right? I'm taking bets.
This Bluebird, are you? I mean, I haven't watched them, and I'm glad I didn't, to be honest. Like, the cooking video is just so... that is despicable. I mean, like, dark humor's dark humor. I like dark humor, but this is just not funny, and it's also fucked.
On when that pile of bones you call a body is going to fall apart. I have $100 on you being dead within a week. I don't know how to respond to that, so I'm just going to be fake polite.
You would definitely be someone that made a lot of videos, and I'd say like that kind of started, honestly, like a lot of like where like the real hate came in. When he started making a lot of videos for me, honestly, it would be really stressful because I would just kind of feel like suddenly all these people would just kind of be against me. Some of them would even be like viewers of mine before that, like, you know, never really had problems with me before, didn't seem to think I was a bad person or anything like that. And then suddenly I would just be getting like so much more attacks when I do like even
James, that was the worst.
Like a live stream or anything, people would just like be coming in, like being really mean. He would kind of also be like encouraging people to like unsubscribe, to like not watch me, to like, you know, dislike my videos and all that. And
yeah, I can compliment. Like, it's no secret that he was a cunt to her. I mean, yeah, Bluebird, I get that dark humor's dark humor and all that, but like, he made it out as if he like cared about her. That's why it's so fucked. If it was just, you know, I mean, if he was funny to begin with, and if he can, like, you know, pull off dark and edgy humor in a way that's actually funny, then okay. But I mean, it's just ugh. The reason why. Like, one of the like main reasons why it was, like, you know, so controversial to begin with, his whole take on Eugenia. His whole take on Eugenia was so hated is because he made it out like he cared, but he was also like really dragging her for filth. For what exactly? For something that she couldn't control. I mean, like, yeah, I'm like critical. I'm critical of her. Other people have been critical of her, but I wouldn't go out of my way to, like, you know, actively mock her eating disorder. I would never do that, ever. Never.
that's kind of like when, I guess, like a lot more.
And he's talked a lot of shit about eating disorders in general, so that just makes it like even worse. It wasn't just Eugenia; he's been horrendous with people who, you know, have had all sorts of conditions and like scars, self-harm. Oh my god! I just remembered his self-harm videos. The videos where he openly mocked self-harm. That still fucks me off because I have a history with self-harm, and very recently I've been thinking about relapsing. I know this is a lot to open about, but I've been like, things have been so hard, like mentally, and I've been trying really hard to, you know, stay clean. I've been clean since October of 2019, and the fact that people like Onision exist, like, it's just infuriating.
It had happened, and it would just kind of make me feel really bad because I just feel like I was never and never am like trying to do anything like bad or like be a bad person or anything like that. And it just seemed like a lot of people like having that stance in me or whatever was like really sudden. So I just kind of feel like it can like stress you out a lot and just like really not make you feel good, especially when it's all just suddenly like so much and it's happening.
I mean, Bluebird, it's kind of ballsy that you would like, it takes a lot of balls to admit, like, that you have unpopular opinions. I mean, to each their own, to each their own. But he's just a massive cunt who honestly should have been deplatformed years ago.
So suddenly, I was bullied in school a lot, and honestly in school, like that was definitely like a hard time too. Just because like, I guess, it's never fun for anybody to go through that. And in some ways, I guess it kind of would feel like a little bit similar, like getting a lot of hate online as well. Because I mean, I guess like at first, like I actually like just kind of started homeschooling because I was like, oh, I don't have to like deal with so much of this. And that's kind of actually when I started making videos and streaming and doing all that. And, the internet, it's like, of course, there's going to be some mean people, but I feel like it's, I didn't have to like deal with like as much hate as like maybe I deal with in school or like whatever. So, yeah, I'd say like in some ways it kind of can be a little bit similar because
I can't with the
suddenly
music.
like there's just all these people just being super mean and you're just really not trying to do anything wrong. And yeah, it's not always very fun.
At the time, Onision was definitely not the only person talking about Eugenia and making fun of her in videos. In fact, there were quite a lot of creators doing similar things. Still, Onision's videos seem to get...
Where's the video? Where are the videos? You didn't list any other creators, so where was the proof? Where's the proof? Oh, that's why you don't have it.
The most attention. Maybe this was because he argued...
Because everyone who critiques Eugenia are just as bad as Onision, right? Fucking hell.
Arguably put out a much higher numbers of videos on her, or maybe it had to do with him being much harsher in the way that he spoke about her. Whatever the reason, this resulted in more and more people catching wind of Eugenia's channel, causing more videos.
Cool Breeze, in regards to her family, yeah, they're not good people. I don't think they're good people. Well, it's been well documented that they're not good people. And again, I'm going to go back to Willie Mac, the fact that he would, and the fact that Edwin too, Willie Mac and Edwin actively tried to cover up for her mother, despite all of the shit that's been like exposed of her. It's disgusting. That's evil. That right there just shows how complicit they are.
To be made about her and more hate to be sent her way. She was being sent threatening DMs, receiving comments telling her things like you're a waste of human life, and had people coming into her YouNow streams with the sole purpose of telling her what a terrible person she is. People really felt that they could say whatever they wanted to her, and they justified it under the guise of helping. As we'll see later on, this was something that never really stopped. But really, why did people feel so justified in making so many videos about her? And
because there is a giant rabbit hole that revolves around her, and the people surrounding her, and the people within her community. That's why. It's like Chris Chan. Why do we make videos about Chris Chan? It's for the same reason. Or, yeah, there's a reason why people still make videos about Chris Chan. Because the lore is so rich. Like, there's so many things that we... there's just a lot of stuff that we can look at. There's like new stuff that comes out. That's why we talk about it. So yeah. So excuse us for being curious.
So many negative comments about her too. To understand that, we need to address people's biggest concern with Eugenia, and that is that they claim she is promoting unhealthy behaviors and harming her audience. It goes without saying that
okay. This thing right here, this comment right here, the pro Anna thing, Now, is she explicitly pro Anna? Has she admitted to being pro Anna? Not really. But we can't, that does not mean that we should not disregard the stuff that we have seen in the stuff that we've seen. The things that she does. Subtly, mind you. Very, very subtly. Like a wink and a nudge. Aside from the brainlets who don't see any problems with what she does and what she's been doing. People aren't stupid. People have educated us. We've educated ourselves. We know what's been shared, what's been promoted, regardless of intent. It's there. The proof is in the pudding.
This, of course, is yet again another contested opinion about Eugenia, with some people saying that she's just living her life and doing the best that she can. And people on that side of the argument would also say that existing on the internet is not the same as promoting harmful behaviour.
That's true. That is true. But there is a difference between actively promoting pro Anna's shit and being subtle. Not saying anything. Just like actions actions speak louder than words. That's plain and simple. Actions speak louder than words. We should know this by now. But for some reason with Eugenia, that doesn't seem to apply. And I don't understand why.
I understand people's concern for her and concern for her family.
God, I feel so bad for Rachel Oates. Like, I know this is like a sidetrack, but she's been through a lot of shit. I mean, like, Gabby, if it's not Gabby Hanna, it's the fuckers who've defended it. The commentary fucktards who've defended Gabby. Like, they don't give a fuck about Rachel. They've never given a fuck about Rachel. They've never given a fuck about anyone who's been affected by Gabby. I mean, there have been let's say like a few, maybe 1 or 2, 3, or whatever. Like a small amount of people within that community have criticized Gabby. But never have they really been coming to the defense of those who have been actively affected by Gabby. Because they're fucking cowards. And you know what's even more disgusting about that situation? Gabby made an OnlyFans that year. And you know how much degeneracy happens within the commentary community. We all know how fucked up it is. So their real intentions with Gabby, I'm more than willing to say that it was for devious purposes. Again, these people are fucking depraved.
Because I do think to some extent she is promoting quite a dangerous lifestyle, if that makes sense. Like in the same way, if you saw someone abusing drugs in front of you on screen every day, like on
that part right here. Okay, bye Bluebird. But this part right here, this is I'm glad that she was featured, Rachel, because at least she has a nuanced take. It's not like she's active, like it's not like Vangelina solely has simps on, even though like there are a lot of simps, admittedly, but Rachel at least is level-headed with this, with the whole Eugenia Cooney thing. I mean, I'm glad that people like that exist. Like, I know that like nuance doesn't apply to everything, obviously, but like at least Rachel can be, you know, I understand, Rachel. I understand where she's coming from.
Twitch or wherever you're live streaming or YouTube videos, and you could see that they were damaging their body by doing like drugs, for example, I think it would be absolutely fair to talk about it and not necessarily call them out for it, but try and encourage them to get some help. I think that's fair. But at the same time,
this right here, going back to the part where Eugenia, sees people as haters, see those who are concerned from there as haters. Like, I know she tries to deny it, but she's been doing that a lot, and it's heartbreaking that she does it, because believe it or not, we don't want to see someone kill themselves on camera. That's fucked. And the fact that people have seemingly advocated for that, it shows how barbaric these people really are. It's like they want to be the first people to report on her death. That's what they are. That's what this whole defense force runs on. They want to be the first people to report on her fucking death. Just think about that for a moment.
she's a human and she's clearly struggling with stuff, and I've had my own share of mental health problems, and I'm not sure I'd want strangers discussing it publicly to that extent. So I think she does deserve her privacy in that respect as well. So it's hard to know where to draw the line and what's appropriate and what isn't. Because sometimes
Why did I now just realize that I typed the commentary communities instead of the commentary community? I just realized that now. Oh dear. Crap. Oh well. I was originally intending to say the pro, Anna, and commentary communities, but I guess I must have forgotten to correct that. Oh well.
You can be concerned for someone and be acting in their best interests, and it can still hurt that person's feelings. So it's hard to understand what the best thing to do in this situation is. And because commentary channels and drama channels and everything like this are so new, there's no rule book. We don't know what is objectively right and wrong. We just kind of have to figure it out as we go, and it's very, very difficult.
It boils down to she's anorexic, therefore.
And so are you, but you don't want to admit it. You don't want to admit it because you're in that stage of denial. Again, it's so ironic that you wanted to, talk about Eugenia. Meanwhile, you're covering your arms and your body. You usually look frail anyway. I know that sounds quite rude, but fucking hell, man. You had a huge opportunity to talk about it, about your own struggles, with your clearly experiencing and what other people within the commentary community have been experiencing. And I will talk about this more in another stream, but fuck me, man. You messed up, dude.
Her content's pro is essentially what it boils down to, the argument. It's and
there's other shit wrong with him too. Wrong with this guy here. There's a lot of shit. Anyways.
It needs to be there. There needs to be something she's doing or saying that's pro before we.
Okay. Yeah, I just had to mute my mic for a bit. My brother's just making a drink. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff wrong with this guy and other people within the commentary community who have either opened up about their disorders or have yet to be open and honest about it. But yeah, I'll talk about that more in another stream.
I'm willing to make that next step. There needs to be evidence. There's no evidence.
Okay, going back to the whole piranha shit. Again, actions speak louder than words. There's the body checking. Um, there's the butterfly thing, and even though she said that she just likes butterflies and she doesn't like know that it's a pro Anna symbol, but at the same time you're an anorexic influencer and you have butterfly imagery. So is it really a stretch? I mean, I know that people like him, people like other people within this fucking bullshit video, and people within the commentary community, and like, these absolute lunatics who want to defend her for God knows what, her enablers, they don't understand. They just don't understand. They haven't seen the things between the cracks. They've not seen them.
So the narrative, I guess, is my big problem with it.
I understand the idea of it, that it could be problematic in teaching younger girls to feel a certain way about their image, their body, so on and so forth.
Okay. So I've seen her content before. I've watched her content before. And at least she can acknowledge that. I'm glad she can acknowledge that.
But I think it's kind of that we're kind of focusing on one person on you.
Not just one. No. It's not just one. There have been people on other platforms and on YouTube who have done the same things, if not worse, than Eugenia. Or maybe less. I don't know. But like Eugenia, it has the biggest platform. Hence why she gets the most attention.
YouTube, if we should probably focus on the idea of let's just have body positivity all around the board, if that makes sense.
Because body positivity. Yeah, about that. What Eugenia Cooney is going through, what other people with eating disorders have been going through, is not positive at all. Let's not push that narrative, okay? Let's not do that. This is why eating disorders come to be. This is why they're a thing. Let's not normalize them, please. Thank you.
Women and girls can feel a certain way about their body. I feel a certain way about my body by going on Instagram.
We're constantly bombarded with seemingly perfect images in our Instagram feeds. And Facebook research shows it's taking...
media. I mean, yeah. I really do hate how social media has been fueling this shit. Like, had it not... If social media wasn't a thing, or if it at least was able to properly regulate the content that is allowed on there in regards to like eating disorders and the promotion of eating disorders. I don't know, man. Yeah, I know that like social media can be toxic as a whole, but when it comes to this shit, I mean, they have a lot of blood on their hands. They really do. I mean, I'm surprised that I don't know actually if any of these companies have been sued for this type of shit. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. I might have to look it up later.
its toll on young teens.
You know, it's not just Eugenia, it's a bigger picture, and I think that if we have more creators...
No one's saying that it's just Eugenia. No one's saying that. The reason why people are talking mostly about Eugenia is because she has the biggest platform. Like, why did people not get this? Like, this is like basic stuff.
Come out and talk about their body and how they're positively, you know, showing that they're curves and they're this and they're natural and they're acne and all these things.
This has nothing to do with body positivity. What the heck? Please, can we not? I'm really trying to think on what to say, because this is This is such a this is like, when it comes to these kinds of conversations in the context of eating disorders, this is really dangerous.
That's where you're going to make more stride and more movement than just trying to get Eugenia Cooney off the internet.
There is no Eugenia Cooney problem.
Again, no one's saying that.
As far as like her going after people who are doing problematic things.
Well, my brain. my brain. God, this is still like on Vangelina's video. Well, we haven't even gotten to the second video yet. And this is already giving me a brain aneurysm. This is not a Eugenia issue. We know this. No shit, Sherlock. The reason why we talk about her is because she has the biggest platform. She is the biggest influencer with anorexia. She is one of the biggest inspirations within the pro-ana community. What part of that do you not get?
Things other than existing, and hence influencing people to be like her. By nature, inherently, right? I mean, that would be the argument that I've seen against her, that she is influencing people. Like, that's what Pastel Bell said, at least. Like, you know,
my nigga. I can't.
by her saying like, oh, I'm okay, then she's saying that it's okay to look like me.
Which brings us to the subject.
I can't. There are girls who have like took it that way. There's proof. There is proof. Regardless of intent, of what Eugenia's intent was, there have been people, mainly girls, who have been affected by her saying, I'm okay, I'm fine, or whatever. They're going to interpret it. They're going to interpret that as something that is like normal and shouldn't be thought about a lot. That's what it is.
Of YouTube's largest pro content creator.
I have to. Sorry, I just had to mute myself again. They've got the coffee in. Well, I think it's coffee. I don't know. Maybe tea. I don't know. Can't remember what I asked for. But Belle, pro-ana YouTuber, biggest pro-ana YouTuber.
Creator Eugenia Cooney. And yes, I did refer to her as a pro content creator because despite the facade of doing makeup tutorials, cosplay, and clothing.
The thing is though, it is like a very strong thing to say, but at the same time, the thumbnails are pretty sauce. The stuff that she does in her videos is sauce. So
haul videos, what Eugenia Cooney is really pushing is and a very dangerous pro agenda that is actively harming not just herself, but vulnerable young fans in her community.
She's been boogeyman into this person where your kids watch her and then your kids become
well, the projection is real. I wouldn't be surprised if he was part of a pro-ana community. I'm just gonna say it now. I would not be surprised if he was influenced by people within the pro-ana community. I mean, holy shit, dude. Could you not project any more?
And it's just, it's insane. It's just not true, you know? Like, one, she's just not responsible for your kids. Man, a whole bunch of things are being made about that, where it's sort of like the Salem witch trial.
Bro, You have not watched the videos of people who have watched. It's very clear that he hasn't watched those videos of people who've made videos about how they've watched Eugenia and how it's worsened their EDs. Her content has worsened their EDs. Like, yeah, they might have had issues before that, but at the same time, if her content's doing that, then that shouldn't be ignored. Point blank period. That should not be ignored. Those people are valid in what they say. Absolutely.
You know, everyone's terrified of this thing. That's just not
terrified. Terrified.
necessarily happen. You know, because there's a couple cases where people have come forward
and he had the fact that this dude has he acknowledged it. He's acknowledged it. And yet he still talks the bollocks. He still talks. He still talks this kind of bollocks.
You know, had some bad triggers with her. That doesn't necessarily mean that the majority of our audience is that way.
You don't know that. You don't know that, dude.
Or that's happened to everyone who watches her.
I'm not saying anything attacking anybody. I'm not giving.
You have a history of doing that, dude, and slander, and ruining people's careers. Vincent Sear.
Any strong opinions, but
And while we're on the topic of Vincent Sear, I feel so bad for him. Like, as soon as I found out that the whole being kicked out of the house, and the whole shit show with the girlfriends and him and Edwin was a fucking lie, I felt so bad because I believed Edwin. Like, yeah, Dasha did do some fucked up shit, but at the same time, there was so much horse shit. There was so much bullshit that this guy was spewing, and people, including myself, believed it. Like this, I'm so embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that I used to respect this dude.
I feel like I could rile people up by not having a strong opinion, ironically enough, because I'm not.
Because you're a fucking slime ball. You're a fucking slime ball, dude.
You know, being completely against Eugenia Cooney, or earlier I wasn't completely against Gabby Hanna.
Because you enable shitty behavior.
I feel those.
And you partake in it as well, and you've sexually assaulted someone too. Oh my. I know there was this situation about him wearing I think it was a Holocaust t-shirt, and how there was this story about him giving an underage person alcohol, and for some reason the community laughed at that. I remember Tommy C talking about it, which honestly, it doesn't surprise me that he would come to Edwin's defense, because he's a degenerate too. Him and Keemstar have a real fucked up history of like manipulating minors into being just like them. Like, it's low key grooming. And they're both dads. That makes it even worse. Yeah, they're both real fucked up men. And like this whole thing with adults, the way that the commentary community operates when it comes to adult-child relations is so disturbing. Oh, fucking. Oh, by the way, I just remembered this. They also tried to cover up the story of him, of how an alleged 15-year-old got naked on his stream, on Keemstar's stream years ago. But because it happened years ago, long ago, but people just don't seem to care about that. Either that, or they try to say, oh, it wasn't what people say it is. What it wasn't. what people thought it was, or the girl wasn't actually 15 or whatever. There was a lot of stories. It was really disturbing. I remember hearing that for the first time, and I was like, oh my god, there is no way that this person, the fact that he has a person, he has a person, no, he has a platform, I should say. He still has one after that. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, like, he's done a shitload of degenerate shit. Not shitload of shit. He's done a lot of deplorable things that would, like, have if anyone else did what Keemstar has done over the years, they wouldn't have a platform. They would not have a platform, point blank, period. The shit the commentary community forgives, the shit that they've allowed to take place is insane. I'm gonna try to find the original article, because I remember the story years ago. I'm just trying to find it now. I'll put the link to the story in the chat. But yeah, it's a no from me, dog. Gosh, where's the original article? I don't know if it... Gosh, if it's been... I don't know if it's been taken down. Oh, shit. If it's been taken down, I'm going to be gutted. Sorry about this. This is going to take a while. Like, 15-year-old. Who's our 15-year-old girls read? It's so fucked up. Oh my god. Where's the article? I'm sorry, I can't seem to find the article. I might have to look up on YouTube. I can't seem to... I don't know if it's in my history. It's somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere. There it is. Oh my god, finally, yes. I'll share the link to it now, the story. It's so fucked.
That being on the fence or not against them, that's gonna get me hate. Like, that's how strong it is, you know? And I think that is a result, an effect of the...
Or maybe it's due to their own actions, you know, and their inability to take accountability, you know, like you tend to do. Like, you tend to not take accountability for shit.
Perpetuating videos that just come, you know?
Some would say that there is a major issue with the number of videos that have been made about Eugenia, along with these videos potentially creating a divide in audience, creating a sort of you're either with us or against us mentality. These videos also have the potential to create more drama. It has been argued that when one person makes a video on a topic, the next person who wants to cover that same topic will have to add their own spin or their...
Create their own drama. I'm oh boy. Yeah, there are people who are gonna spread false narratives. That's shitty and all, but with Eugenia,
their own addition to the story in order to make it more appealing to
bro, the choice of language. Yeah, I can't with this. There is proof of there is proof of shit. There is. Yeah, people can be malicious. There can be false narratives, but aside from all of that, there is stuff out there with evidence. Yet you people don't want to talk about it.
an audience and
You want to act like that doesn't exist.
get clicks and views. Therefore, with every video that's made, more and more obscure theories are being created in order.
Obscure? No, not her saying obscure. Not her saying obscure. Are you fucking kidding me? You literally made a video about Eugenia's mom. But no, you don't want to admit. You don't want to talk about that. You want to pretend like nobody saw that video. You want to pretend that video don't exist. But you're not the only one who's been trying to hide shit. And I will talk about that in another stream. I will. Because these fucking snakes, they're getting on my goddamn nerves.
To keep the conversation interesting. So on and on it goes as the speculation increases.
With a lot of the kind of conspiracy theories that have started about...
Not the... Oh, fuck. Oh, sorry. Shit. Wait. I'm sorry. It just... I can't with the air quotes. Fuck.
By nature, inherently, right? I mean...
It's kind of that we're kind of focusing on one, you know...
Crap.
Then she's saying that it's okay to look like me.
Man, a whole bunch of things are being made about that.
Opinions, but I feel like I could rile people up by not.
Will have to add their own spin or their own addition to the story.
I just couldn't with the
story in order to make it more appealing to an audience and get clicks and views. Therefore, with every video that's made, more and more obscure theories are being created in order to keep the conversation interesting. So on and on it goes as the speculation increases.
With a lot of the kind of conspiracy theories.
This shit right here. She knows what she's doing with the air quotes. Bro, you ain't fooling anybody for shit.
That have started about me. It's like the strangest thing sometimes.
The strangest things? You mean the stuff that... You mean the evidence of shit going on in the house? You mean the evidence of people allegedly giving you money for lifting shit up? And doing all sorts of things like stretching and bending over. Yeah, we know about that. But no, you want to paint it as some conspiracy. A conspiracy theory.
Just because some of them are just so crazy and...
It's just so crazy. Yeah. It's not like the clips that show screaming. It's not like the clips that have screaming in it, in them. It's not like they don't. It's not like they exist. It's not like the clips of you, like, there's so much stuff that's out there, and you want to call it a conspiracy.
There's just no truth to them. So it's just really strange seeing like these people believe this stuff.
So, what are these so-called conspiracy theories? One of the biggest of all of these is centered around Eugenia's makeup box. In some of her Twitch streams, Eugenia would lift up her makeup box and move it away from her couch, claiming that she'd forgotten to move it earlier.
Oh, I forgot to move it. It sounds so It sounds so fake and rehearsed, doesn't it? I can't be the yeah. Cool breeze. Her grandma was screaming in. Yeah. But no, she don't. She doesn't want to acknowledge that. None of these people want to acknowledge that.
And during some of these occasions, she received donations in her streams at the same time as her moving the box. Many channels have.
She didn't want it. Like the people who want to call this a conspiracy, they have no idea what fetishes are, what kinks are, how many, like all the kinds of kinks and fetishes out there. Well, I mean, I at least think they don't. I mean, like they could be pretending to not know, pretending to be ignorant. I mean, but there is a fetish out there that exists of, you know, people getting off to, you know, weaker people like Eugenia, like those who have like anorexia, trying to lift shit up. I mean, that is a thing. But no, you people don't want to acknowledge that.
Claimed that this is not a case of being forgetful and that she's actually doing
Sorry.
this in order to show off her body. Some channels have even gone.
It's not just to show off her body. It's a thing. It's a kink. It's a fetish. And she is getting paid. And I know people do the whole donations and shit for whatever reasons, but that is a thing that exists, and we should not invalidate that.
As far as to say that Eugenia has secret deals going on with some of her viewers.
How is that? I mean, oh, secret deals.
Because they want to see her struggling to lift things. Therefore, she will lift the box and move it away in order to appeal to these people and get donations.
It is a thing. Again, stop acting like it doesn't exist when it does.
From them. However, others have stated that these theories do not take some very important information into account. Firstly, Eugenia streams almost every day, and sometimes these streams go on for up to 8 or 9 hours.
Which is not normal.
So when you compile...
I get that streaming is a job and all, but when you're like Eugenia, and when you don't when you only have water, when you only when you barely have any food, and when you eat afterwards after 8 whole hours, that is an issue.
All these clips together of her moving this makeup box, yes, it does look like a lot. However, when you...
It's a pattern. The fact that she's going to say what and try to make an excuse.
Compared to the amount of time that she's actually streaming, it's really not that often.
It's like with the James Charles thing. He clearly had a pattern, but yet people didn't want to admit it. They didn't want to see it. They want to pretend like it didn't exist. There was a clear pattern with fucking James Charles. But for some fucking reason, predator apologists, and yes, I am calling them apologists of predatory behavior, want to act like it's just some coincidence, like some kind of, a pattern of fuck-ups. No, dude.
Secondly, Eugenia receives a lot of donations in the many hours that she streams for, and a lot of these donations seem...
Because there are lots of fetishizers, or the fetishists, who get off to her. It's sick.
To happen at pretty non-eventful times. Likewise, there's been many times where she's...
You don't have to do much at all for these kinds of fetishists to get off. I mean, her body alone is enough for these fuckers.
moved the makeup box and not received any donations.
And then one day, we just have to like find the right place. We want to find like a magical, like.
Yeah, it keeps getting put there. Like, why, when she's doing her videos, why afterwards does she not put it in a certain area that doesn't get in the way? Why does it have to be on her streams?
Castle or something.
Because of this, a lot of people
You see, like, the way that she does it, is enough. And, like, the pattern of it.
think that it's just a coincidence that she's happened to receive some donations while moving a makeup box. And they claim that this narrative is just being pushed because of the nature of drama videos.
There's definitely.
Yeah, Kira, people are fucking weird. I've seen Johnny Gilbert, like, I've mentioned Johnny Gilbert way earlier in the stream, and how Vangelina didn't bother to interview him. Didn't like bother to feature him in this video, or Jacqueline Glenn, or Blair White, or Repsion, or anyone who's voiced their concerns. It's fucking sick. Wait, Aphrodite. Wait. Can I see proof of that, please? Can I see proof of Johnny doing that, please? Because he's voiced... He's condemned Darby Vanity for that shit, so I'd like to see proof of that.
And people that have made videos where they'll kind of like try to like use a bunch of clips that kind of like work to kind of like push their narrative or whatever. And like, you know, example, like the makeup box thing, it's kind of like
the way that she smiles. Look at how she smiles. Oh, fuck me. Oh, my goofy self. I keep accidentally moving the thing around. Not moving the thing around. Trying to... it was by accident.
Come, you know?
So
you're seeing like these people believe this stuff.
So, what are these so-called people and get donations from them? However, others have stated that these theories do not take some very important information into account. Secondly, Eugenia receives a lot of donations. It's just a coincidence.
So I just kind of like moved back. I do my makeup like literally on that.
Just being pushed because of the nature of drama videos.
There's definitely been people that have made videos.
Oh boy. I was trying to point out how she smiles when she talks about the box. And again, sorry, I'm just using some hand sanitizer. It's just confusing. Like, it's weird how she acts naive about this. Like, again, why can't she, after her video, just move it to the place where she puts it in her streams? Why does it have to all be shared on her streams?
Where they'll kind of like try to like use a bunch of clips that kind of like work to kind of like push their narrative or whatever. And like, you know, example, like the makeup box thing.
There, right there. And also I was trying to
it's kind of like, okay, like, yeah, I have like a makeup.
That bit. I mean, I know like people are gonna say, oh, she's just pointing whatever, but
box where I keep a bunch of my eyeshadow palettes. I do my makeup like literally on that like white couch over.
Okay, but you do it on your streams. Why don't you? Again, I keep repeating myself, but like, you don't have to do this on your streams. Why does it have to be on your streams that you have to put your makeup box in a certain place?
there. So it kind of makes sense for me to move it over to, you know, do makeup and all that. And sometimes I just don't have the best memory. So it's like,
because that's what EDs do.
I just like kind of forget, and then I'm just streaming and I'm like, oh, you know, that's probably not in.
But at the same time, because of the people within a community and because of the fetishists who get after her, like, who's to say that she doesn't know what she's doing? Like, you can have an eating disorder and still be aware of your actions. Like, I hate this view of people with eating disorders have absolutely no idea what they're doing. That's so beyond ignorant. Of course, there are people out there who know what they're doing, but it's just that they don't care. That's what self-harm is. There is like a population, of course, that doesn't know what they're doing. It doesn't really come. They don't really like. It doesn't really come to them the realization until much later. Like, they just seem to like. Of course, yeah. I'm not invalidating that, but at the same time, there is a large portion of people with EDs who are very aware of what they're doing, but again, they don't care because it's a form of self-harm. Just take it as like, you know, like cutting yourself. Like, I know that's I've seen Aphrodite. I need some. If you can reach out to me privately, do you have Instagram? I'm not saying I don't believe you, but at the same time, like, Johnny has condemned people, has publicly condemned Darby Vanity and Brian Starr for being degenerates, for being slime balls, for being like the scum of the earth. But I mean, there have been people who have condemned other shitty people, but have been shitty themselves, like behind closed doors, like wolves in sheep's clothing. I understand that. I know that's like a massive projection that happens with these kinds of people. They love to project, but at the same time, I need to see proof of that. What? But I mean, like, I'm not trying to invalidate what you're saying. I might have to look that up if you don't have anything. I don't know. I'm not trying to invalidate what you're saying. I mean, like, but with Johnny Gilbert, I don't know. I don't know, man. I get it. You can call out people for being shitty while also being shitty. I mean, that's the whole point of hypocrisy. But at the same time, and also I understand that, like, there's not proof to everything, which is a shame. And I understand why that's a thing. So I'm rambling. Okay, thank you. Like, if you can send that to me later, that'd be nice.
The most convenient spot. So I just kind of like moved back.
Convenient. Did you take notice of that? Convenient. Oh, that. That's unfortunate how I paused it. Oh dear. Convenient. Yeah. No, I'm not buying that. No.
To me, it's just like moving a box. It's just kind of like, you know, sometimes people move things, like you move your phone or move whatever. And
wow, you're comparing it to moving a phone. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that, love. You know very well that the fetish of picking something up, while you're in that state is a thing. I mean, like, I like to think that you know that, but I know that you tend to, well, a lot of us know that you like to play ignorant, so.
What I think, like, what some people don't understand, because they'll be like, oh, that's proof because she got like 100.
Oh, absolutely, Aphrodite. I mean, she's 88 pounds now. I think, but like, from what I've seen, I funny enough, I just looked that up today, and so I highlighted the pounds that Eugenia weighs, and I made a note. I looked it up on Google of I specifically searched 88 pounds body anorexia, and the first thing that pops up is this story. Anorexia kills 88-pound Brazilian model. And this was from 2006. This was from 2006. Eugenia weighs the same amount as a model that passed away over a decade ago. Well over a decade ago. Let that sink in for a moment.
Bits here.
Oh, can I get my makeup thing? I should probably move this. Sorry. Thanks for the bits.
The thing is, it's like, I don't know if maybe some of these people don't.
Why does she wear trainers with that dress? I mean, like, wear some heels with it. Wear some like red heels with it. I mean, at least that goes with the outfit. Why trainers? Can I mean, it's not like she can't wear heels, because she very much can. There's lots of pictures of her in heels. The shoe haul videos, obviously. I mean,
Maybe understand how Twitch works, but
all the
100 bits is equivalent to like $1, which I'm really grateful for. Like, I'm grateful for, you know, any donations people make, but
is it though? I mean, like, you do get paid a lot on Twitch. You have it so well on Twitch. It's ridiculous.
I've gotten like far bigger donations, like just sitting down, not too.
Let's not act like that's a thing. I mean, yeah, like that has happened, but at the same time, you have been getting paid a lot for doing shit because you're in the state that you're in now. Let's not pretend that's not a thing, okay?
Doing anything. 100,000 bits. It's literally like just a coincidence. It's like, and sometimes there's donations like throughout the stream, so it's kind of like sometimes it just kind of seems like people will pick and choose.
Another theory which gained a lot of traction.
Not her saying pick and choose. Are you kidding me? You've got to be shitting me, bro.
Stemmed from Eugenia's video showing off her shoe collection. In this video, she is sitting down, showing the shoes, and at some points you can briefly see her underwear. Though some thought this was purely coincidental.
Okay, let's talk about this for a brief moment before she carries on. I mean, like, I mentioned this earlier, but why did she wear pink underwear with that outfit? And the thing is, why did she wear pink lipstick too with the outfit? I mean, she could have worn red lipstick. I mean, at least it would have went with the outfit and the makeup. And also the underwear thing too. I mean, like, yeah, like, it could have been like, it's shit happens sometimes. I mean, like, you do have like a malfunction every now and then, but why pink underwear? I mean, it was such a bright pink too, a bright pink, pair. If it's just underwear, then why wear that kind of set instead of, like, black?
most people thought that she was doing this on purpose. And naturally, commentary channels did start to cover this, and started claiming as 100% fact that Eugenia was doing this on purpose for shock value and for views.
Now,
I mean, again, there is a lot of things that she does. There is a lot. There is absolutely a lot of stuff that she's done, you know, that could be considered trolling and shock value. There is, absolutely. And like the whole viewfinder thing that she's gonna mention, that Belle's gonna mention in a bit, but yeah, it's interesting.
Supposedly this is a shoe haul video, but no one really believed that. Everyone knows what
And also, people like on YouTube, and it's a thing on TikTok too. They hide certain videos under, you know, other pieces of content. You know, there's like it's so sick. It's even worse on TikTok how certain shock videos are hidden within, like, you know, videos that are seemingly normal, and then the next thing you know, it's like a screamer. It's so disgusting. But with and while that's like happened on YouTube, but not to like that extent, people do mask certain things as something else, as like some completely different things. That is a thing that happens. They want to, like, it's like everything's all like normal and all that, but like there's these, like, you know, subtle things that were not exactly subtle. They're either subtle or they're like completely sudden and like very blatant, like jump scares and all that shock value shit, you know. Yeah, all I'm saying is that kind of content is a thing, like hidden messages, subliminals, certain moments. They're a thing. They're all a thing.
she is trying to do at this point, and no one is falling for it anymore.
Yeah,
it looks like on.
Not only that, but some even claimed that her mother helped her to orchestrate the entire thing.
And I say they because
the mother is like, again, we all know about the mother, right? We all know.
Because it was not just Eugenia, but Eugenia's mom as well.
And what was their proof of this? They claimed that Eugenia had purposefully matched her eyeshadow to her underwear, which,
again, I will say that was kind of a fail on their behalf, the people who did report on this and said it that way. I would have given them more credit if they said that it was on the same color spectrum as the lipstick, because again, they were like pink within the pink spectrum, with the pink shades. But yeah, they did miss the mark on that one.
which were apparently both pink.
Another reason we know that this was not an accident is because her underwear and her eyeshadow matched. They were the same color. She was wearing a plaid red outfit, and
I'll give Belle the benefit of the doubt here and say maybe like the set, like she like. I was gonna say like there might have been some color issues with the way she like saw it or something. I don't know. But at the same time,
her underwear was pink, and it looked like her eyeshadow was pink as well.
However, this was later questioned, with people wondering why she would even match the colours in the first place. And later on, Willie Mack pointed out that the colours didn't even match at all, and in fact her eyeshadow was red.
It's actually funny that she keeps mentioning him, because there was another person named Craig Beckett. Or Bennett, sorry, not Beckett. I think it's Beckett. Shit. I don't know. I'm becoming delirious at this point. I'm so tired. Yeah, this Craig guy, he was one of the first people to point that out, actually. I'm surprised that he hasn't come on, that he hasn't been featured in this, because he did that before this dude did.
which matched her red dress.
If you take the image into Photoshop and sample the colors, it's red. The underwear is pink. It does not match. You can delete this slanderous video now.
When asked about the situation in
Christ, look at I'm an arsehole. Just look at this. Look at that dude's face. I mean, bro, I've seen addicts look like that. I've seen fuck. I've seen scabs that look like that. Oh, I'm going to hell. I let me stop.
live streams, Eugenia stated that she didn't notice it and it was purely accidental. However, since it's been pointed out to her, she doesn't feel the need to take it down because she doesn't really see the problem with it and doesn't really care.
Like the underwear with the eyeshadow thing, that was one thing I was like really surprised about, because I was kind of like, who does that? Like, how would I have ever even thought to have done that? And I don't know, like sometimes just like, I guess a lot of the stuff, it's like, it's so ridiculous to me, and it's like, my mind wouldn't even like go there.
So we have to ask then, was it accidental? And either way, is it a big deal? After all, we're in an age where women are fighting to reclaim control.
Oh, of course, it's about women. We really are bringing in the whole, oh, let women be confident in their bodies and shit. Let me say this from one woman to another, okay? I'm all for being like confident and all, but when you're not taking when you're clearly not taking care of yourself, there is a problem. There is a huge problem with that. Let's not conflict positivity with, you know, a glorification of, you know, being insanely overweight or insanely underweight. Let's not do that, okay? Let's not. Because the reason why I'm so against like the fat acceptance movement, why I've been so against it, is because my father passed away in 2011 from a heart attack, and he wasn't always a big guy, but when he passed away, he was a big guy. And he had other health conditions too, but it genuinely infuriates me to see people, you know, try to, you know, glorify things like, you know, fatness and other things like, you know, like skinniness, or really, 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 really skinny, you know, figures. And God, I'm really like super fat figure. When they try to glorify that stuff, you know, like super big, super small, whatever, I get really infuriated by that. I really do. Because, I mean, like, my dad wasn't, like, morbidly obese. But it was clear that something was wrong. And that's why I take, like, health issues like that seriously. Because I don't... What happened to my dad it shouldn't be glorified. That stuff like that, and stuff that these people, these kinds of movements have been advocated for, have killed my dad.
Over their bodies, with bikini and lingerie try-on hauls becoming more and more commonplace. The argument is that Eugenia may be intentionally or unintentionally catering to people who want to see her.
Because there's a lot of body checking, dude. That's what anorexia does.
Specific body type. But many people have pointed out there are some flaws with this, because the same is not being said for overweight creators.
Oh, it is. It absolutely is. And I fucking hate this argument too. What about the obese people? Don't they deserve to get criticized? We do criticize them. Do you genuinely think? It's like people have forgotten that Amberlynn Reid and Foodie Beauty commentary doesn't exist, because it very much does. And again, I mentioned I brought up the possibility of them knowing about the whole. I brought up how these people want to act like they don't know things, but they do. But they're not. They're acting like they don't, and it's really scummy. What Valmont body checking? It's like monitoring the body, like your process, quote unquote, just to see how you've done or how you're doing. Yeah, it's really messed up. And Nikocado too. There's also Nikocado avocado commentary too. That kind of commentary exists. They get a shitload of criticism, not just for their bodies, but because of the scummy shit that they've done. But you people don't want to acknowledge that. You want to pretend that's something completely different. It's not, dude.
Who make videos showing their bodies.
They're not keeping the same.
Yeah, I've seen that video. Like the Joker art thing. That was so funny.
Energy because they're not talking about the other side of people.
They are, though. Stop lying.
Obese and all those sorts of things, mukbangs, all that sort of stuff. They're also not talking about certain things that happen when you go on Instagram. You see Instagram models, like they're not.
They are, though. Yet you, bro. You know what? VangelinaSkov and this woman Bambi have come after 50 Shades of Chest Pain before. Yet he's done like a crap load of research on influencers with anorexia, people with anorexia. He's the amount of research that he's done is insanely, like, it's unbelievable. Yet these people, they want to villainize people like him, and it's disgusting. And they want to say, "Oh, why are we only talking about Eugenia? Why aren't we talking about other people who are anorexic or obese?" That's what 50 Shades of Chest Pain did. That's what he's been doing. He's also been using his platform to give people who have suffered from eating disorders a voice. Where the hell have you been for that? What have you done with your platforms besides talk crap? I honestly think they came after him because of the... I genuinely think it's jealousy. They're threatened by his, by his knowledge. Like his extensive knowledge on eating disorders. They could only dream to be that good at deep dives into eating disorders. They could only dream of that. That's what that they feel so threatened by him that they want to attack him and slander him. Like the amount of hate videos that I've seen on him. Like I've known about 50 Shades of Chest Pain before he did anorexic content. And to see the amount of hate that he's been getting is just, it's so wrong. Like, he's clearly using his platform for educational purposes, yet you insecure dipshits want to pretend that it's, something malicious. It's not. You're threatened, and you're also in denial too. And yes, I am talking about the people who claim to have, gone through anorexia, who've gone through eating disorders, but want to try to come after 50 Shades of Chest Pains for his coverage on it, because he's mentioning things that they were in denial about, and they don't want to be confronted by that. They don't want to be confronted with the truth, with the truths that they want to act like they know the truth about themselves, and people like them, but when they're actually confronted with certain truths, they want to like pretend that it either doesn't exist. Oh, well, for one, they don't. They want to pretend that that it doesn't exist, and that it's a bad thing that he's bringing it up. Which, yeah, like I get that you've been through traumatic stuff. Like that's absolutely terrible. But at the same time, he has a right to do educational videos on eating disorders. He has every right to do so. And from what I've seen, his research is it's unbelievable. He's helping people. People like him have actually helped so many people with eating disorders. He's actually used this platform to give certain people a voice, whereas you haven't. Again, you all you've done is just talk smack behind a camera. Like, it's the same thing with like Maya Papaya. She's actually used her platform for good. But you people are so threatened and intimidated by the truth. You people are so threatened and intimidated by, you know, things that you might still be doing behind the scenes. And that's the same thing with people who come after 50 Shades of chest pains. You people are threatened and intimidated by those who want to speak the truth. You can't censor us. You'll never be able to censor us. There's a reason why our platforms are growing. Because we're speaking the truth. And you can't stop the truth from getting out there, whether you want to admit it or not.
Not seeing everything. They're just pointing their arrows at one thing. And if people don't voice what they voice, they don't want to hear it.
So here's the tweet in question. It says, being different isn't a bad thing. It means you're brave enough to be yourself with a blue heart and a blue...
Sorry, I just had to... I thought I heard something go wrong.
Butterfly. This is in correlation to her...
I thought I heard something like something wrong with my cats. I have 2 cats, or I like to think I have 3 because there's one that comes to our house every now and then, although like often now. I mean, I have two female cats, but I also have one other one that regularly comes to the house. And I want to adopt him someday. I really do, because he's such a sweetheart. Anyways,
outfit, which is blue. The blue butterfly is clear pro symbol. I don't know how people don't see this. She's afflicted by
blue.
Situation that's very, very widely known. And she's used this butterfly multiple times.
Let's look now at one more theory which became a huge talking point amongst commentary channels and people who want Eugenia off the internet. The blue butterfly emoji. The blue butterfly theory is one that many people stopped believing. However, for
oh really now? Oh really? Yeah, that's not true. That's not really true. That's not entirely true, love. That's not entirely true. You're not telling the truth, Angelina. You're not telling the truth, Vange. You're not telling the truth, Vange. People still believe in the blue butterfly thing because the blue butterfly is a very clear pro-ana symbol. It's one of the most well-known pro-ana symbols of all time. Yeah, it's one of the most well-known pro-ana symbols out there, like of all time. Like out of all the pro-ana shit that's been made in regards to like symbolism and all that, the one that's the most notorious is the bluebird. No, bluebird. Blue butterfly. What am I saying? What am I saying? Yeah, that's what I meant. The blue butterfly is one of the most well-known pro-ana symbols. Like, if you were to go onto a pro Anna website, one of the most common forms of imagery Can you guys see me? Is everything okay? Is something crashed? It just completely crashed for no reason. I'm gonna try to get the videos back. Oh, this is embarrassing.
Known figure on the internet for.
I'm so sorry for this. Something happened.
Implying that she's fake positive, which
so much when a lot of time there's really nothing there to analyze. Like it's just a lot simpler than it seems, I guess, to some people.
Another piece of the puzzle that's been connected to the butterfly theory is the idea that Eugenia is toxically positive. She's so positive that it's causing harm.
Everybody says
that is a thing. That is a thing that happens.
Eugenia is a great person. She's so positive. She just spreads positivity.
I don't know what the hell happened. It happened before I did my stream. Excuse me. It happened before the stream. It's the connection that's acting all bizarre. I mean, thank God that it saved everything. Because if it completely crashed, then I'd be devastated.
Like, how could you hate on somebody as sweet as Eugenia? I do not think Eugenia is a good person. I think it's a...
Yeah, there have been times on his streams where she has completely gone full mask off. I mean, it's a known fact that she's made a fake persona. Like there's this fake... It's the voice too. I'm sorry. Wait, sorry. I'm just adding on videos.
And if you watch her content, and
I mean, like after the crash happened, I had to add on the clips again.
And listen to the way that she talks, she tries so hard to be positive and don't spread hate, love everybody. You don't know what somebody's going through.
I just want to talk about the fact that Eugenia Cooney is not a...
I mean, we might not know everything that goes on, but the stuff that's out there shouldn't be ignored.
Nice person, right? And I'm just tired of this narrative that, like, she's so sweet, she's so good-hearted, she's so kind, she's so loving, she's so nice.
How are you so understandable?
Like, she is not nice, she is not sweet, she's not a good person.
Attached to this photo, she has a caption that says, "What you think about yourself is more important than what others think of you." So in this photo, it seems like on the surface, it's about like...
Okay, this clip right here and the quote about it. Okay. I can see why people say that. I can see why people might see it as a stretch, but at the same time, the context of this clip, there is context to this clip, believe it or not, and it's interesting. But this context that's been removed, explaining why there's more to it. Thinking don't listen to other people, just think of yourself, fueling. It's interesting how they've left certain things out of certain people's videos, for the sake of painting a narrative.
Positivity and self-love and self-care and things like that, which are great and wonderful things. However, I have a hard time believing that this caption is about loving yourself and wanting to take care of yourself.
She's extremely positive and just always looking at the glass half full, to the point where you almost you almost feel bad.
You almost feel bad. Not, oh my God, I feel horrible for you. I feel so bad for you. But no, not all. It's I feel almost sorry for her. Not horrified that she's on the brink of fucking death.
But others might call this toxic positivity, which I feel like when I heard Pastel say that,
it's like, oh my God. Other people have said this before, Belle. Again. They're acting stupid. They're acting ignorant. They want to pretend that they're ignorant when I highly doubt that. Because other people have said this before, Belle. Why they're acting as if it's only Belle who's saying it.
Concept, I felt like she was implying that she's fake positive, which
have you not seen her streams where she breaks character? I mean, there's the one where she was ranting and raving about Jacqueline Glenn, the one where she broke down crying, and Diapergate. I mean, that's literally 3 separate times, bro. What exactly? How much proof do you need? How much proof do you people need?
Sorry, but she's not. Eugenia's one of those people there's something wrong with her in a good way, in that she's always so positive.
Jesus. Something wrong in a good way. Oh my God. Oh. Ah! No. Oh no. Oh, Edwin. Oh, Jesus. Oh, you are testing my patience.
So, why do people perpetuate these theories? People seem to have their own ideas as to why. Clearly, some people do believe that all of these theories.
Ooh. I'm so close to losing my shit. We haven't gone to the second video yet. It's literally, I've reacted this video for over 2 hours. And yet this is literally frying my brain.
Theories are true, and that commentary channels are doing a fantastic job of calling out problematic behavior. Others who may not necessarily believe all the theories think that these commentary channels definitely do believe them and are trying to help, so it's not really a bad thing that they're trying to bring light to something that they believe is causing a lot of harm. Besides all that though, there are obviously those who do not believe that these channels have good intentions at all, at least for the most part, and they cite personal grievances, the desire for more views, or just wanting to have a villain to talk.
I mean, sure that there are people who do shit for views and doing stuff for the sake of targeting people they don't like, but that's not mostly what's being done with Eugenia. I mean, it's so clear that these people want to paint a narrative that is so demonizing, that's so full of gaslighting, It's just again, it's so disgusting. This is disgusting.
Talk about as the reason that they make so many videos on Eugenia. But what's the real reason? Why?
Because there's a rabbit hole that is. It's almost as I was gonna say that it's as big as Chris Chan's, but it might not seem like it. But I was gonna say that it wasn't, but I was gonna say that. Oh yeah, This is just really, killing my brain cells. Like, I was gonna say that it's not like Chris Chan, but I mean, like, there's a lot of shit that is yet to be uncovered. I mean, I know I've made videos about the stalker. I made videos about, a video about the cult. Leyland Squirrels was like the only other person who was talking about the cult, who made a video about them. And you people have said absolutely fuck all about it. You've said fuck all. Where the hell are you now? You people like you want to criticize Shane Dawson for only being there for a hot minute, and yet here you are doing the same exact thing.
Why do we make so many videos about Eugenia Cooney?
Honestly, I know a lot of time maybe I shouldn't watch some of the videos made about me, because I feel like sometimes when you're just kind of watching all this negative stuff about you, it doesn't always feel that great. But I also kind of feel like at the same time, like, it's kind of hard not to sometimes, because you're just kind of curious about what's being said, and also you have like your viewers and some of these other people kind of like mentioning this stuff to you, and it makes you curious. And you're kind of curious, like, weirder stuff is like starting, like why do people think this now or that now? So honestly, a lot of time I will watch stuff.
I think that there's a lot of, a lot of projection from certain creators, a lot of people wanting to have that salacious story. If I speak about specific creators that are doing it, I honestly feel like Pastel.
Yeah, she did bring up her grandma wearing diapers. I mean, the fact that she did that though.
Belle Aubrey, I don't think she has bad intentions, and I say that honestly. I just feel like she's very close to the topic and she's very triggered by it. And I think that she's got it in her mind that it affects her, and she's thinking and projecting that in her videos.
Like, I remember the old Onision content that was just purely mocking her and making fun of her. Like, there's no way that's okay, and I think we can all agree on that. But it's hard to know where the line is drawn between education.
Especially since she did nothing to him. Like, what the hell did she do to him, to Onision? Nothing.
And exploitation. So it's difficult to say. It's like, how many videos can you make on a person before concern becomes exploitation?
I mean, I understand that, but at the same time, we have to go back to the whole rabbit hole thing. Like, the Eugenia rabbit hole is getting so big, and these people who claim to be defensive of her, they don't seem to see that. They don't want to acknowledge the messed up stuff that's currently happening now.
I don't know.
Like, with some of these people, I guess sometimes it's a little bit hard to know if they like actually believe what they're posting, or if they just kind of want to like put it out there to like fit their narrative and kind of to, I guess, like kind of like villainize me in some ways. And I mean, I guess I can't really like 100% speak for like what goes through their minds, but sometimes I kind of do feel like some of this stuff is just so far-fetched, and it kind of just seems like so like you know, like it's so like selective with like what they choose to try to like, I guess, use as like evidence. That I kind of will honestly question sometimes if some of these people actually believe like what they're saying. And I also kind of feel like sometimes like, you know, they see that posting about me and posting like some of this crazy stuff and using like these like dramatic titles and thumbnails, it's like it kind of gets them views. And I think like sometimes that also very well could play a part in it, is like they see that they're getting a lot of attention off of it. So even if like they gotta say the most crazy thing, they'll just kind of do it anyway.
God, I forgot how long this video was.
The speculation is not just limited to Eugenia herself, though. Over the
There
years,
it is. She wants to act like she's not a part of it. Bro, again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. You made a video about Eugenia's mom, and understandably so. The fact that you took it down and decided to cover it up with this shit and act as if you're not a part of that, you're a snake.
her family have come under scrutiny by people online who believe that they're either
By people online, you mean you? Fuck. By you? You mean people like you? You see Jacqueline Glenn? You see
exploitation. So it's just, and it kind of just seems like, kind of feel like sometimes.
Yeah, whatever. No.
The speculation is not
She wants to act like she's not part of it.
just limited to Eugenia herself, though. Over the years, her family have come under scrutiny by people online who believe that they're either actively harming her.
And there's also, I forgot to mention this too, there's Cringy too, who also made videos about the parents, the family. And she wants to pretend that didn't happen. That she's also one of those fucking snakes. And she, like, publicly shamed Hopeless Peaches for talking about her medication after she almost took her own life. Like, she literally, Cringy went after a suicidal person who had the guts to open up about something that was very, very heavy. I mean, yeah, what, like, Peaches has done a lot. She did a lot of, like, problematic stuff, and she has owned up to that. But the fact that Cringy would go that low, and even in her fucking bullshit apology video, she refused to take full accountability for what she did and what she contributed to. And how her associations with certain people have affected her. It's bull. It's bull. It's nonsense.
Or just neglecting her. As such, theories about them have also cropped up, and in particular,
Theories. We want to talk about theories still. I want to talk about theories. Even though there's clips that back up those theories. God, like, that's such a patronizing word. I mean, especially in this context, because, like, again, 50 Shades of Chestnate's out. Like, he's gone through, like, he's done a lot of deep dives on Eugenia, like, and the family especially. Like, there was stuff that even, like, other people who have done Eugenia videos haven't done. Even they probably didn't know about. He's done stuff that even they probably don't know about. And people want to call him a stalker. Like, bro, what he's like, it's public knowledge. This stuff, the stuff that he's looked into, is public. And people want to say, oh, well, Eugenia's family isn't public. Well, why does Chip Cooney have all these accounts, all these online accounts on different platforms? But no, we want to pretend. Let's just pretend like they're all private. Okay,
Her mother seems to be the biggest topic of conversation in that respect.
Because she, like the brother, and supposedly other people within the family are overweight, while Eugenia's clearly the odd one out.
Many people claim that Eugenia's mother is mistreating her, but there doesn't seem to
Munchausen by proxy exists. Stop pretending it doesn't.
be any actual evidence of that. In lieu of that, they point to the testimony from Jacqueline Glenn.
Eugenia's mom is a dangerous person.
Random clips.
It's not just the Jacqueline Glenn testimony, bro. There have been so... Oh, fucking hell. I mean, there have been other testimonies. There have been other people who have said stuff.
Clips of her mother or their interactions together which have been taken out of context.
I'm fucking tired. This is bull. Yeah, please. I think I've reacted to this video long enough. I don't know. I mean, like, literally 2.5 hours I've reacted to this. I'm just gonna skip over a few things now.
Then I feel bad that, like, you know, it would make her upset.
The family members.
Yes, I feel bad, and I don't want to make her upset. That literally confirms what Jacqueline said. She said, like, Jacqueline verbatim said that if Eugenia was to go to rehab, her mother could die from a weak heart, and that it would stress her out. That literally just confirmed that statement. What the fuck? Are we just gonna ignore that? Really?
Themselves, but it's also a clear violation of privacy. Sadly,
a clear violation of privacy. If it's such if it's such a huge privacy issue, then Eugenia's mom or any other family members, for that matter, wouldn't have agreed to be in those videos. If you want to keep shit private, don't put yourself out on the internet. I'm pretty sure that's common sense.
it does seem like some people online feel they're entitled to know.
Fuck you, entitled. Oh, the audacity. Oh, I can't with these words. Oh, what a joke.
Know every single piece of information about online creators and influencers.
Dyslexia is usually brought about in someone's life.
Oh my god. Not her bringing up that video, the dark descent. I've seen that video, and oh boy, it's something else. It's sad. It's real fucked up.
Due to an emotional problem or trauma. A clue to Eugenia.
Speaking of emotional trauma and all that, I'm genuinely upset that Vangelina didn't bring up how there was like alleged sexual abuse that Eugenia experienced. Not once has she ever delved into that. Or she not even a brief mention of the fact that there's alleged sexual abuse that Eugenia's experienced and how much that's completely, changed her life. And there's also other stuff too. She hasn't even brought up the Draw My Life video. Oh my god. This is propaganda. I mean, I know that there was there's propaganda videos, obviously. I mean, Willie Max. There's also fucking hell, like the people who've met, like the commentary community videos are straight up propaganda. I mean, yeah, they have like points, but holy shit, the amount of stuff that they choose to not discuss. Again, you're all complicit.
His mind can be found in her now deleted Draw My Life video.
We need to ask.
immediately cut into. No, no way did she just do that. I can't. I forgot that she did that. No way. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, you are a piece of shit.
At what point do we draw the line with asking for answers from online creators? And by asking such invasive questions, are we doing?
Oh my god. Vangelina, you are a fucking scumbag. You and everyone in that fucking community are scumbags. I've said it before, I say it, and I'll say it again. You are, every single one of you is complicit in this shit. Like, I know I've laughed, but I'm legitimately fucking fuming.
More harm than good?
So I guess sometimes when people are kind of like almost like expecting you to give them like any information that they want about you, and even like really personal stuff, and
I'm gonna skip some more because I'm getting pissed. I'm legit getting pissed off.
you know, people maybe won't
any kind of accountability from Eugenia or any of her other mods.
It's just these creators don't want to like realize. Telling Repzilla, dude, you're going too far with this whole like Discord thing.
I have no other.
Oh boy, the Discord shit. They want it like yeah, my videos exist. They hello. I mean, my videos on the stalker are more than enough proof that there are still disgusting people within our community that are likely targeting minors. This, I do. I keep thinking about what Pastel Bell said on Twitter, her little thread thing about there being a cover up, and in my first video about the stalker, I brought up how that man could be who Pastel Bell is referring to. And he's only now shown his face. He's only now gained the confidence to actually show himself. This is sickening.
One topic that comes up a lot in regard to Eugenia, and it has to do with her Discord server.
Even last year, I was telling Repzilla, dude, you're going too far with this whole like Discord thing.
I have no other choice but to believe that everything else she said.
Oh, your thing, not yeah, Repzilla's done a lot of scummy shit, but like not just. He's done like he's done a lot of fucked up shit before all this nonsense, but sorry. He's done a lot of worse things. Like he literally just look up the whole Repzion, Maya, and Colton situation. He literally covered that up. And he's publicly slandered a minor for the sake of protecting two toxic people and protecting an abuser. It's so fucked up. Like, he knew everything that was going on between Daniel and Maya. So that was my cat sneezing. He knew everything that was going on, yet he covered it up. He covered everything up. And it's so ironic how he wants to act like he didn't know about what was going on when Daniel he became public about it, about what Maya was doing. But there's evidence that he knew.
Is either half truths or not true at all.
There was this drama that happened.
And he's also complicit too, because he knew. Edwin also knew it, and he also covered up everything.
like in 2018, and
And I know Colton said in an interview, like, it's likely that Edwin was lied to, but I don't believe that. Edwin has done a lot of really scummy things. He's, oh god, the amount of bullshit that he's done, like all the nonsense that he's been able to get away with is deplorable. The fact that he has a right to talk about anyone when he's done so much is. I just want to bang my head. I want to bang my head against the fucking wall. Like, it's that blood boiling.
I showed him stuff, and I even I tried to facilitate things with the YouTuber Tamimi, and like she made a fantastic video on it. And now it's like being brought up again, and you know, now with Pastel Bell.
There doesn't seem to be any kind of accountability from Eugenia.
This was from when the whole situation was going on originally. Why is this video being used?
Or any of her other mods.
It's just these creators don't want to like realize they're wrong.
Eugenia, like a lot of other...
You'll want to talk. Are you... Fuck you, Edwin. You never have ever admitted that. You've never taken accountability, bro. You're one to talk. The projection of this fucker. Are you kidding me? Eat shit, Edwin.
YouTubers had a Discord server where people in her community could chat. However, a couple of years ago, some serious issues with it came to light. It turns out there was a couple of sketchy people in there, some of which were moderators, and they had privately messaged people to say inappropriate things. Unfortunately, Eugenia was not immediately aware of this issue, but as soon as she was, anybody that was problematic was removed.
Well, there was also the situations where she was like, oh, well, they've been nice to me, so I don't know. Yeah, those they did happen. Those situations did happen too. Let's not forget that, please.
The issue now is that this story has been covered so many different ways throughout the years, so much so that most people don't actually know what really happened. And because of the narrative that some people have pushed, many people think that Eugenia was actually facilitating the whole thing.
With the Discord situation, you know, it's...
Oh, we're really doing this. We're really doing this.
Kind of like a complex thing that I've also kind of tried explaining in the past online at this point, and you know, like, it's kind of crazy because that happened like years ago with like the main situation with that at this point. And you know, of course, like I'm always sorry for like any bad situations that do happen online, but it's just kind of like where some people will try to like make it into this thing that like I was purposely moderating.
Bro, you know about the fetishists within your community. I'm pretty sure you're aware of that. Hence the whole box thing. But and the whole like movements and all that stuff. Like, again, it's like you're this swerve who's so like ashamed of, you know, sex work and all that, who's so against sex work. Like,
like terrible people and having people go after people, that's something like I would absolutely never do. And when that
ain't that interesting. Oh boy, I'd love to see the people who were talking about it after about the Discord server situation get vindicated, because I think another situation like this is going to happen. I just want to see a moment like that. I really do, because it would prove these fuckers wrong, these loser defenders wrong. It'd be so hilarious.
situation did come up with like a moderator that ended up being like really not a good person. First of all, I would have never modded that person to begin with if I knew any of that. And when I found it out, it was like really disturbing. Obviously,
Bro, it was public. It was public knowledge. The information was public. I mean, yeah, there are like people who hide under different hide under different names, but at the same time, it's sus as hell.
I wanted to like make sure that was true and like see what was up with that. Like I was very confused. But as soon as like I, came across something that, it definitely looked like that was accurate, I removed that person like within like 3 days. Well, right once I
Oh, notice how she corrected herself. You notice that? Oh dear. Ooh. I'm surprised Vangelina didn't try to edit it. Oh boy. Oh dear. Ooh. You got caught slipping.
found out, he was like right away removed.
I can't. I can't with this woman.
But it's like, like it was like 3 days before I heard like something and I was just lost. And then once like I came across, like I was like, oh no, that's
I was so naive and lost, guys. I didn't know
bad. Like I removed him like right away. So it's just kind of like,
oh, notice the voice change. Notice that. It's a lot deeper. She likes to use this fake voice, but now she's kind of talking like this a little bit. Like that whole baby voice thing, I can't. I mean, it's ever since that she relapsed and before she got treatment that she was using that voice.
that was something that, I just kind of tried to deal with like the best that I could. And with other situations, sometimes it's just a little bit difficult because there'll kind of be people like blaming me for things that happen in people's like private messages, which the thing is, it's just like I can't really always know what's going on in DMs. And sometimes it can just be kind of really hard and confusing. Like,
James, I don't know if it's safe to do that. I don't know. I mean, if you want to, I mean, I won't like be completely against it, I guess. Oh, a message. Sorry.
I guess like keeping up with things like in general.
Yeah, my mum just messaged me something. Who's through the news?
Yeah, and with some of like that stuff that happens in like direct messages and stuff like that, it's just kind of like, I guess I just kind of wish people would realize sometimes that, of course, like I'm sorry that that kind of stuff ever happens, period. But
what's up, James? Is everything all right?
I'm not even able to like see people's private DMs. I don't always know every single thing that's going on. And
you don't
going to be taking.
Oh, shit. You don't have to know everything that goes on. You don't have to know everything that goes on for you to realize that there's some issue. Like, I mean, if it's that massive, and if people on YouTube are telling you that something's wrong,
I removed that person. I'm sorry that that kind of stuff ever happens, period. But I'm not even able to like see people's private DMs. I don't always know every single thing.
Oh, okay, James. Thanks for the clarification.
Thing that's going on. And it's kind of also like, essentially like a bad person could go into anybody's stream. They could watch any video. And sadly, I kind of just think, unfortunately, that's just kind of the internet is sometimes there's going to be bad people out there, which is really unfortunate. But Definitely, I've never tried to like purposely put anyone into any bad kind of situation or like protect bad people.
Yeah, about that. Ugh. Well, you're allegedly, you know, the type of person who likes to silence people. I mean, it's interesting how Sloane has been brought up in certain videos by the, defense league, the defense force. Yet he was one of the first people to bring up how you or your quote unquote fucking management were taking down videos. He was one of the first big people to do that. But no, let's gaslight him into removing all of his videos about you. Let's all fucking do that. Let's gaslight someone who was trying to bring awareness to shit that was going on into silence. Again, the commentary community, Eugenia Stans, and everyone else who's come to the defense of this nonsense is complicit. They're all part of the problem.
Or anything like that. And yeah, with the mod, it's like once I found out that he was a bad person, I got rid of him like right away. And I've tried explaining that to people, but sometimes it seems like people still want to like, make that into something it just isn't.
But because this is a topic that still comes up in drama videos, a lot of people don't realize that the server was deleted. And because of that, they think that this is still an ongoing issue.
A part of me thinks that a part of me thinks that there was a lot more in that server, hence why they completely nuked. Hence why it was completely nuked. Not just the whole pedo shit. Not just the whole pedo shit. I mean, you have to, like, you could have just removed those people completely and, like, made an announcement about it, about what was going on, and just issued an apology. But no, you had to remove everything. You had to nuke everything. Like, what are you trying to hide? What are you trying to hide there?
With Eugenia being the mastermind behind the whole thing.
And since a lot of this stuff just kind of because it seems like with Discord, it was just like a lot.
I'm gonna continue skipping over it because it's just getting boring now.
To manage and
But for someone whose career, their entire adult life, and for some of their teenage years has been social media, what would happen if that was all suddenly ripped away from them? Would it make things
suddenly ripped away from them? Oh my gosh. There were a plethora of reasons why that was a thing to begin with. You do realize that, right? No?
So much worse for them?
Honestly, if all my platforms like suddenly were to be gone, like I don't really think it's something that I do have to worry about because I don't feel like I'm honestly breaking any guidelines.
I don't have to worry about it. Then why are you and your fucking defense force against it? What? I'm confused.
And I've had no kind of warnings from anyone, like saying like, oh, you're probably going to be banned. But it would definitely be kind of a scary thing because I feel like it would just kind of be so sudden to just kind of have like everything taken from me and definitely leave me in like, kind of like a weird predicament and just like feeling like, what do I do now? I mean, I guess I could like, try to get unbanned, like email them and say, hey, like, I don't think I've technically broken any guidelines because it doesn't say, I'm breaking any rules here. But, if the petitions were to work or whatever, it's like, I definitely like, I feel like it would leave me in like a really weird place. Like, I'm not really sure what I would do. Like, definitely like, I just like it definitely wouldn't leave me feeling positive things to do. But you know, it definitely can be like really hard and like I guess just crazy sometimes seeing like people that like don't even know you like literally like desperately want you to kill yourself. And
Eugenia. Yes, there are people who are really shitty to you. I know that, and I'm sorry that happens to you. I'm sorry that still happens to you. But let's not pretend that's what it all is. Please. Oh, for God's sake. Sorry.
don't always make you feel that great.
Videos do perpetuate a certain way of thinking, and maybe they encourage like an audience to say things to her and react a certain way. And
It's just all fluff from here on out, I think.
And our
and
stuff, and there's just people
yeah, you have to build
positive, like regardless of that.
Eugenia is a human with emotions just like everybody.
Yeah, no shit. No one's treating her like she isn't. Stop with this nonsense. Okay, I'm fucking done. Let's react to the next video now. I'm done.
Eugenia Cooney has been a public figure on the.
I also want to bring up that I've also watched this video, but gosh, there's a lot that I really want to get into because I know Vangelina's video and this video are very, very, very similar. Like, it's just so much. There's a lot of extra unnecessary fluff in this one.
The internet for a very long time, and in that time she's been constantly under fire for doing a number of very controversial things online. These things include being a woman, having eaten
Being it's already a few seconds in and I want to literally just fucking Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? First of all, no one is going after her for being a woman. Literally shut the fuck up. And secondly, having ED related problems in a private life. Private. Are you kidding me? They're very public, dude. She's made them very public.
disorder related problems in her private life, and setting boundaries with her audience.
By setting boundaries, you mean dancing around certain issues. I mean, yes, she has, like, set some boundaries, but at the same time, let's not pretend that, like, dancing around an issue is the same as setting boundaries, because that's just a flat out lie. Like, this whole first section is just, that's a lie.
That's right, I'm coming out of the gates unrestrained and I'm coming for blood. I'm back on the grind that is having
Oh, great. Being, like... Oh, boy. By that you mean condescending.
popular but correct opinions online.
Gaslighting and condescending. Like, don't get me wrong, there are things that they bring up. There are important things that they bring up, but at the same time, fuck me, dude. Like, it's like, they're deliberately trying to piss you off. That's just my opinion, but at the same time, I'm gonna try and fucking gaslight you and make up blatant lies.
The way that eating disorders are talked about online is something which makes me personally.
Being a woman isn't fucking controversial. It's not controversial at all. How is my gender, my sex controversial? I'm just a person that exists. But I'm part of like a population. Fuck me. I'm like half of a population. I'm part of half of the human race population, dude. I'm I'm just a fucking woman that's how is that yeah, they face a lot of scrutiny online by people for like really stupid reasons, but at the same time, you are part of like 50% of the population, just like how men are part of a 50%. They're the other 50%. I'm part of the other 50% of the population, dude. Like, that's not controversial. Like, this is a person. I forgot to add some context with Mahbluebird. This is someone who talks about politics and like social issues, and also they also bring up how I don't think they mentioned that they have an eating disorder. I'm pretty sure they said that they have mental issues, not ED. So, if that's the case, then why the fuck are you bringing up? Or why are you talking about how the way the ED discourse is going is icky? Like, bro, that makes no sense. I'm sorry. Like, unless you're, I'm not saying that they're highly educated and all that within this type of category. But at the same time, you're spreading so much misinformation and you're being super fucking rude and condescending about it and just straight up lying. Like, yeah, I'm gonna have a fucking problem with that, dude.
Feel a little bit icky. Not in a I'm a sensitive snowflake kind of way, but
I mean,
more in a this feels very wrong and goes squarely against more than one of my reasoned moral principles. Especially when the person who has the eating disorder is a content creator, whose body, fashion choices, and entire personality has been put on.
Yeah, they literally just contradicted themselves. They literally just said, "Oh, this is private. What she's going through in private," and then the next minute, her body has been made public.
On display on the internet for millions.
But on display on the internet. Are you fucking kidding me? You literally just contradicted yourself. Again, it's not even. We're not even halfway, and these fucking videos make my brain hurt.
To see as a result of the nature of their career. EDs are a very sensitive subject area.
Then don't. If you know that, then why be so fucking rude and condescending and wrong about a lot of the shit that you're exploring or like discussing in your video? Why have that approach? And also, like in that introduction bit doesn't help at all. You should have started at this point. It's a sensitive thing to talk about, and then just not be a fucking dick about it.
And there's a lot of nuance, boundaries, and trauma attached.
Oh, this person wants to talk about nuance. I mean, don't get me wrong, there is a bit of nuance in this video that they do bring up later on, but oh boy. Fuck, man. I'm thinking of what. There's a lot that's going on in my mind right now, and I'm thinking of whether or not I should say it. God, I'm full of a cold now.
To the conversations surrounding them that need to be set in stone. The fact that you can still see comments like this one in 2021 is...
this right here. Let's read it. What needs to be done is hard love. Put her damn mother in jail. Understandable. Force Eugenia into rehabilitation and place that deals with ED. I can't really see it properly. Sorry. And place that deals with ED and keep her there until she recovers. Why you got? And they don't even bother to censor. They don't. Wow, they don't even bother to censor her name, so she could be attacked and harassed for this. Bluebird, you're a fucking dick.
Concerning, to say the least.
And you don't see what you're doing concerning, bro. There's a reason why the mother gets brought up. Like, you don't understand. Oh my fucking god. None of these fuckers who claim to want to be, pretend that they know what they're talking about. No, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. They pretend to know, but they clearly don't. They're was it charlatans? What do you call someone who pretends that they know? I know there's like the know-it-all, but like there's a word, or I think it's charlatan. I think it is. Or I have to look that up. No. Sorry about this. I'm just trying to look it up. I've heard of it. I've heard of it before, but I can't find the word. It begins with C. Shit. Never mind.
So before we go about talking about Eugenia Cooney, and in order to not sound like that guy, there are a lot of things that we need.
Oh, you did a misgendering there. You might want to correct yourself there, because like your people like you don't seem to like the word guys. You like the word folks, don't you? Because it's out of, you don't want to misgender anyone, but you misgendered that woman by your logic, so you might want to apologize for that one.
To take into account before we form our opinions on this situation. Let's get things straight. Our society doesn't make things easy for women, much less women who aren't model thin and white. A lot of this is generalization purely for the sake of simplifying how we talk about these issues a little bit. There are bound to be women who don't experience this as much or even at all, but generally people who are raised female are usually taught radically different things from those who are raised male. And our society teaches us these things in ways that aren't necessarily directly telling us either. For example, do you remember being told that murder is wrong? Or even coming to the reasoned conclusion within your own moral framework that murder isn't a good thing to do? Probably not. But we've seen shows on TV and characters in books where the person who murdered someone is the bad guy.
Why is this in the video? Why is this a section of the video?
Guy with scary music playing in the background, and we learned without really needing to be told that murder isn't particularly neat, and we kind of just adjusted our view.
You do realize that self-defense exists, right? You do realize that exists. That's you want to talk about nuance, mate, yet you didn't bring up you've never brought up self-defense. You didn't bother to do that. Okay, totally not hypocritical at all. Okay.
On murder in our formative years through osmosis, without really noticing that's what we did. In a similar way, we picked up a whole bunch of subtle gestures, ideas, and beliefs relating to how we see men versus how we see women. The vast majority of women we see in media, whether it's on the big screen, small screen, or home screen, are usually white, skinny, conventionally attractive, straight, submissive, and breedable, to use a contemporary term
James, I'm aware of that.
which is going to be out of date by the time this video comes out. Whereas the majority of men are seen as buff and heroic, a confident, bold man who is always a noble.
Yeah, those are stereotypes, but they're not always like that. I mean, there have been, you know, yeah, I can't think. Like, it's nearly 20 to 1 in the morning. There's been exceptions, is what I was trying to say. And they've become, like, well, you want to go back to, like, fiction and all. You want to go to fiction. You want to use fiction as an example. Yeah, there've been exceptions. And they're beloved characters. They're just as beloved, if not more, beloved than the white, usually buff, and all that stuff that you have on there. There are beloved exceptions. Are we not going to acknowledge that?
And chivalrous gentleman, and is rarely emotional. And this is portrayed in numerous different ways. The internet's own Celeste Does Stuff has an interesting project showcasing this fact, in which she looks at various top 3 movies according to critics, IMDb, top 3.
What the fuck does this have to do with Eugenia? This has absolutely nothing to do with Eugenia Cooney, dude. I'm just gonna skip part of it. I'm just gonna skip this video. I'm fucking. Oh. I'm tired, but I have to react to this nonsense. Oh.
And that can manifest in some very funny ways. And when I say funny, I mean as in weird, but also as in I'm laughing through the pain. All this isn't to say that a nebulous someone
I can absolutely relate to that.
Is sat at the top of society, deciding that women are bad and putting that in media and brainwashing our children into a little boogeyman created around them. That if you are these things, then you're a terrible person who can never be redeemed. But no, everyone's got a little bit of that sort of thing inside them. And fearing it just makes it harder for you to acknowledge them when, and I do say when, you do slip up. No one's perfect after all. Just think of sexism less as a thing you are, more.
What the fuck has this... Again, this has absolutely nothing to do with Eugenia. Oh, I can't be arsed with this. This is ridiculous. The fluff is... The amount of fluff is insane.
Analyze society, we can usually split it into 2 social groups.
We absolutely do live in a society.
One seen as normal and the other as abnormal, which are both at odds with one another. But one thing I didn't quite emphasize enough is that you can do this more than once. There's quite a lot of different ways to split these normal, abnormal groups. You can measure male versus female, white versus black, cis versus trans.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are we I'm speechless. Okay, when I said that I've watched this video before, I watched it. I don't know if I've skimmed through it. I don't remember watching it. I don't remember this. Are you kidding me? Wow. So I'm abnormal to this person. I'm abnormal to society according to this fucker. Wow. Fuck me.
etc. And while society isn't nice to people with eating disorders or people
It's not because the people with eating disorders, it's the eating disorders that are ugly.
with an otherwise unconventionally attractive
Wow, not conventionally attractive. Like, if that's not gaslighting, I don't know what is. Also, this people who talk like this, they don't seem to comprehend. They don't seem to comprehend the idea that this fuels eating disorders. What they're saying is like, affirmation to these people. It's like validating these people. That's so fucked. And yet these people want to claim that they're in the right. Yet they're fueling EDs. That kind of mentality is fueling EDs. That's disgusting. You're disgusting, dude.
body. That difference gets amplified when you're a woman as well.
Stomach. Ugh. I'm kind of tempted to just throw something in and just have some of that. I can't. This is my brain's just completely had it.
Does anyone else remember when Mariah
Why is Mariah Carey and Ellen DeGeneres? Why are they being brought up? Why is any of this shit brought up? This has nothing to do with Eugenia. If Bluebird didn't have so much unnecessary fluff in it, if he didn't have this amount of fluff in it, this video would be way shorter. But no, you want to be fucking pretentious.
in the wake of potentially serious harm coming
There's nothing wrong with saying that. There's nothing wrong with saying this. I mean, yeah, they're like, it's clear that Eugenia unfortunately doesn't want to get help, and it's fucking sad. But at the same time, you can't invalidate people's, worries. And actually, going back to what I said, let's not forget that she made that tweet back in 2019 about taking a break.
to someone they care about is a valid exception to breaking that privacy.
So she's more than capable of doing shit, but like she just chooses not to. And that's so infuriating because the fact that Jacqueline Glennett's a 5150 her, like she's one of the reasons why, like she's one of the main reasons why she's alive. But no, let's villainize her. Like, I'll be the first to admit that after the Shane documentary, I was pissed that like she was making stuff public because I remember when Blair was talking about stuff that should be kept private and then immediately going out of her way to praise Jacqueline. Like I was just pissed off at that at the time. But even back then, like I knew that there was shit wrong. I knew there was stuff that was wrong.
And that's definitely something that sounds reasonable in theory.
In theory. Fuck off.
After all, if someone's doing something that's killing themselves without being in the right mind to make a decision to stop, kind of like someone addicted to smoking, isn't it in everyone's best interest to try and get them to stop as soon?
There's nothing wrong with this. I mean, yeah, the approaches could be somewhat better, but you have absolutely no right to invalidate people's concerns.
As soon as possible? YouTube's own philosophy tube talked about this in her video, Suicide.
Very ironic how she chose. Or I get that there's the icon there, but the thumbnail, I mean, Could that at least be changed now that she's transitioned? I mean, if people like Chris Stuckman, I know that this is completely different, but if people like Chris Stuckman can modify their thumbnails, so can philosophy too. But at the same time, I get the whole like journey thing. Actually, no, I'll just forget what I just said.
Side of mental health. An example she uses is that Jehovah's Witnesses think that it's immoral to get blood transfusions. Doesn't come up very often, but the general consensus is that you shouldn't have to get a medical treatment if you don't want one. And that's accepted usually as fine, cool, whatever. But what if it's a child who legally can't consent, who needs the treatment or they will die? Do you respect the parents' wishes for them to be accepted into the kingdom of Jehovah, even if the child will die? Or do you go through with a blood transfusion regardless? Which one is the right?
It's a child. This is a child that you're using as an example. That child should be saved. Why is that becoming a debate? What the fuck?
Option, religious freedom or the life of the child? This is all an interesting thought experiment, albeit one that actually happened, which I guess doesn't make it a thought experiment, on what someone thinks about the medical system when it involves someone who definitely can't consent and will definitely die. And people are often split down the middle. Some people value real-world material human life, some people value religious freedom. It's a question with a lot of debate and no fixed.
Again, you're using a child as an example. Eugenia is an adult. But at the same, the thing is, I'm trying to get comfortable here. Yeah, Eugenia isn't in the right mindset. She really isn't. She's like the ED has completely distorted her way of thinking. But if you're using a child who's like has this horrendous thing that's wrong with them and they need help, then they should have the right to get help. And with Eugenia, it's just like killing yourself on camera is something that should never be allowed on the internet, especially on places like YouTube, because suicide videos get taken down from your channel. Sorry, excuse me. Just trying to get comfortable. Yeah, suicide videos often get taken down, or like at least have a disclaimer on because they're hidden under 18 plus restriction thing. Yeah, they must have a disclaimer thing before you play the videos, the re-uploads of the videos. Do we really want to normalize people killing themselves, on camera? Do we really want to normalize that? Is that where we're really heading? Is that where our reality is heading now? Really? Is that what we want to consider normal? Because I'm not willing to accept that reality. I know that there are like final words that are like posted online, final messages, and they're always heartbreaking. But like suicide videos, it's just, I don't know how to describe it, man. It's just, suicide videos, yeah, unfortunately, yeah. I mean, like their categories on like gore websites, like death websites. On like they are posted. They are a thing. And the fact that there's this really fucked up push to normalize that on YouTube, even though there's restrictions for that, I'm genuinely I'm beyond disturbed. I'm beyond disturbed. I get that, like, there's like things that people find fascinating, like suicide and all that, and excuse me, sorry. As someone who has been suicidal and does experience tendencies every now and then and thoughts, it's just it's fascinating in a disturbing way how it's fascinating in a dark way how someone would want to film that. But you have to think about the type of you have to think about why they would want to film something like that. Like, what if their families, what if their friends come across that? That's the last thing that they would see of their loved ones. Just think about that for a minute. And also, like, what if it's even worse for, like, people who have social media presence and celebrities? Don't say presence. Who have social media presences. That's the word. And celebrities. It's even worse because, like, that's the last thing your fans or people, the followers, are gonna witness of you. Do you really want that? Like, I know, suicide is such a complex thing.
Objective moral answer. But added layers of complications start to come in when the parameters aren't so definite. A lot of people, not all people, with depression or anxiety or eating disorders don't actually die from them. And it's also not so morally clear that adults who are suffering from things like depression or anxiety or an eating disorder objectively aren't in their right mind.
Is there any? I don't think. Oh God, that I don't. I mean, yeah, there is a large population of people with those things that don't end up dying, but at the same time, there's a huge portion that does unfortunately end up dying. And I just, sorry, it's just the way that they worded it. The way that they worded that didn't sit right with me. I'm sorry.
For example, over this past year and a half, if you've been feeling stressed out about rent, unemployment, social isolation, eviction, homelessness, to the point where living every day as though it's your last is so exhausting, to the point where you'd rather not have to do all of it and just die. Because in your own mind, that's something that would be preferable for you to do. Should you be arrested and put into a mental health ward for being too
Well, the thing is, it's interesting how they brought this up because Etika was put into a hospital back in 2019. I think it was 2018, or around 2018, 19. I can't remember the exact year. Someone called the SWAT team. There was a police and the SWAT team that were being called to do some kind of, wellness check on him because he was acting erratic. He was having a moment. He was having a bipolar episode, I think. Yeah, and it was really bad. It was insane. Yeah, there's the live stream. It was an Instagram live stream that he did. He documented the whole thing, and there's also pictures of him, being taken away in an ambulance. I'll get the screen now. This. I'll put it in the. This screen right here.
Crazy to make a decision on your own? Or are you just responding understandably to a hostile?
Understandably, let's not use terms like that in this particular context and the context that I just brought up. Let's not do that.
World with a deadly virus and mass unemployment and mass evictions going around. In the same regard, if you're being socialized throughout your entire life to believe that you need to reach a nebulous and undefined target of skinnier, because you've been marketed to as fat your whole life, and the world you live in is trying to A, hold you to unrealistic standards of beauty and tell you that no one will ever love you if you're fat, only to B, also
Mate. A is only brought up by scumbags, piece of shit haters who legit only just hate on her for the sake of being scummy. Like, and like these are trolls. These are very clearly trolls that you're talking about. And B, it's God, like she is deathly ill, dude. And the reason why I mentioned this multiple times throughout this stream, the reason why she is often the subject of these kinds of conversations about like eating disorders and anorexia is because she's currently the biggest influencer to suffer from anorexia. Like it's not like it's not like people just pick on her and only her. There are obviously tons of other anorexic influencers, but Eugenia has the biggest platform. She has the biggest presence, I should say.
tell you that you're too skinny and how it's dangerous once you decide to actually do something about it. Do you then deserve to be publicly humiliated and shamed off a platform?
Humiliated? Fuck. What the fuck? No one's humiliating anyone about shit. Again, the hyperbole and manipulative language of these videos, I can't. It's disgusting. It's like genuinely infuriating.
For being something so audacious as alive in public? Or are you just responding understandably to a hostile world and holding on to the convictions that you grew up being taught, rightly or wrongly, because it's the
You grew up, bro. She was homeschooled for most of her life. The only a lot of weird shit happened when she was in public school. And you want to talk about it's stuff that she was taught. That's why she's acting this way. You mean her mother? You mean her family? Who you're gonna defend later on in this fucking video?
only thing you know. My point here is not that people with EDs are right or anything like that. Moralizing eating habits in any way isn't something I have the power nor desire to.
Mate, you kind of are though. That you kind of are saying you're trying to use this really gross manipulative language about conventional beauty. You're using language like that, and that's so dangerous. That's so dangerous in this kind of context. Because you're trying to like make way for this shit. You're giving these kinds of people excuses for them to continue, with these habits. It's can we stop doing that, please?
Do, and something that hopefully you don't either. Furthermore, if you have an eating disorder and you feel like you're going through a similar kind of thing, then I recommend talking about it to someone who cares about you and values your perspective. I also tentatively recommend some form of therapy, with the caveat that A, while it often helps people, a lot of forms of treatment can be incredibly intrusive and have high rates of relapse. B, a lot of places in the world have very limited or no help available whatsoever. And C, I'm not a licensed therapist or clinician, nor do I have experience in therapy for eating disorders. Do your own research, and I trust you to make the right decision for yourself, whatever that turns out to be.
I should have mentioned this in the while I was reacting to the Vangelina video. But it's interesting how these people want to bring up how, oh, we're not doctors, we're not therapists, we're not nutritionists or whatever. But there are people on YouTube who do specialize in those things, who have reacted to Eugenia Cooney. But we're just going to pretend that kind of content doesn't exist. Those kinds of people don't exist.
My point is, instead, that just because someone is existing in a way that makes a bunch of people uncomfortable, that
Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. I forgot they said that. Wow. If that's not complicit language, if that's not gaslighting language, if that's not condescending language, I don't know what the hell is. Oh my god. They said that with their whole fucking chest. Are you kidding me? Wow. Wow. I have no words.
Could potentially be dangerous to themselves, then maybe that person shouldn't therefore be told thousands of times by thousands of people to forfeit all their legal rights to autonomy in favor of.
It's as if this person doesn't know what body checking is. He clearly doesn't know it. Bro. They're clearly not taking into consideration that body checking is a thing. It's not just them. It's not just them existing. I mean, yeah, there are people who are like the existence alone is enough for them. But like, there's so many layers to this. There's so many layers to this that these people just want to brush off. I was gonna sneeze. I thought I was gonna sneeze.
Looking right and getting help.
The fucking quotation mark. The quotation mark. Literally 10 dicks at once, dude.
Let's imagine that, for the sake of argument, Eugenia has been universally determined to be unable to make a decision for her.
This was proof that this person didn't watch any of Jacqueline Glenn's videos. They clearly didn't watch Jacqueline Glenn's videos, because if they did, they wouldn't be saying this nonsense. But fuck, I keep making mistakes. I keep accidentally, clicking wrong areas.
Let's imagine that, for the sake of argument, Eugenia has been universally determined to be unable.
This configuration thing. It's in the way. It really is in the way. I keep messing up because it's so present. I want to do. It's so present. I don't mean like present, but like it's just there. So it's so big that I want to do something else, but it just goes to that, and I keep messing up. I'm sorry for that. But like I said before, this person wouldn't be saying any of this nonsense that they're going to say later, and what they just said now if they watch Jacqueline's videos.
To make a decision for herself, which means that we have the moral incentive to intervene and encourage her to get help by any means necessary, as if that's something we have any way of possibly doing. Put yourself in her shoes for a minute. Is a wave of thousands of messages from people she doesn't.
Oh, put yourself in my shoes. God, I just keep thinking back to 2019. They clearly weren't around during the whole Kingdom Hearts thing. And if they were, they would not be saying any of this shit. They wouldn't. Absolutely, they wouldn't. For God's sake.
Your audience, the people who they know your favorite band, these of someone they think it isn't something I have the power, nor do I feel like you're going to have very limited or no autonomy in favor of looking right and firstly determined to be unable to make a decision for herself, which means that we have the moral incentive to intervene and encourage her to get help by any means necessary, as if that's something we have any way of possibly doing. Put yourself in her shoes for a minute. Is a wave of thousands of messages from people she doesn't know and probably never will.
It's not just the messages during that whole 2019 situation that were being sent. It was videos being made that were like, holy shit, this woman's on the brink of fucking death. And she's not bothered. She's not getting help. The fact that she had to be forced to get help that says a lot. Like, if she didn't get help, whether it be like by force or not, I don't know. Either one, she would have died. She would have very likely died, and we're now in this position again. Actually, you know what? That was wrong for me to say. I don't know. Had it not been by force that she was put into 5150, had she not been 5150'd, she would have died that year. And we're now in, like, 3 years later, she's now on the brink of death again. She's now on the brink of death again. And we're just back in that position, back in that horrible position again. And it's fucking sad, bro.
Concerned about specifically her weight not conforming to their expectations.
This really does feel like enabling. This really does feel like enabling. This is the kind of rhetoric that allows eating disorders to thrive. This is the kind of rhetoric that normalizes EDs, and that should not be a thing. Like, why on earth would you say something like this? Especially in this kind of context. Like, you claim to know what you're talking about, yet you're saying you're being so irresponsible. This is really, really pissing me off. This whole discourse, especially from this particular side, is beyond it's insanely infuriating. I want to fucking scream. I'm so tempted to just fucking scream, but it's 1:15, and I don't want to get arrested.
Of someone they think is happy, something that she's made very clear isn't something she wants to discuss on her online platform, mind you.
Actions speak louder than words. No. Actions speak louder than words. Yeah. That's what I was meant to do, but yeah. How many times do I have to keep saying this? Actions speak louder than words.
All phrased in exactly the same way as most of the general hate comments she's gotten in her life. Do you think that's actually going to have any meaningful effect? On the one hand,
The people who are bringing this shit up mostly aren't doing it out of hate. So stop making it out like it is, dude, because it's fucking not.
and you might think that seeing a wave of people saying they care about you and hope you get better might motivate you to seek help in some way. It might even sound at first like overwhelming support and encouragement. But as someone who has suffered from broad
This bit right here, this bit right here. This is where they out themselves as a fucking ignoramus. Ugh. I'm so tempted to just scream in my pillow. Like, I'm in bed. And... oh, I'm... Like, this was the part where I really did, like, realize that this person knows absolutely fuck all what they're talking about. And it's disgusting that they even thought that making this video was a good idea. The way that these fuckers talk about mental illness and disorders, like physical illnesses and all that, it's I want to scream. I really do want to. I want to fucking scream.
mental health issues. I'm here to say that that's not how all this positive reinforcement works.
Not everyone's like you, dude. Stop projecting.
And that assumes that it actually is positive, more on that later. If you've ever been a vaguely public influencer, you know the tedium of getting hundreds or thousands of comments through on a piece of content you've created. Most of the time, your relationship to the comments devolves into an amorphous collection of people put into the world to reaffirm the fragile ego that fuels your lifeblood, whereas most of their relationships with you is they've seen your entire video discography. They know and like the content that you make. They know your opinions on the song Mask by Dream. They know your favorite band. These people see you as though you're talking to them individually. So they leave a comment as if they're talking to you as a single person. There's this two-sided relationship dynamic here. They know all this information about you, they have this whole idea of you inside their brains. But you only know that they're a fan of you. This is a parasocial relationship, and it's basically how celebrity culture has worked since forever. There's an illusion of a social relationship. Audience of millions works. Something interesting about parasocial relationships, though, is that they aren't just limited to positive friendships. We might feel a parasocial relationship towards people whose content we enjoy. And as people, I think we need to come to two separate realizations. Firstly, that we fundamentally can't fully separate ourselves from the groups and communities we're a part of. We know that
it depends, actually.
We're an individual with thoughts and feelings and tailored interests that make up.
Let's go back to that bit for a second. We can't fully separate ourselves. It all depends. It all depends. I can barely sniff now because I can just feel myself getting sicker from all this bullshit. This bullshit is making me feel sick.
That we fundamentally can't fully separate ourselves from the groups and communities we're a part of. We know that we're an individual with thoughts and feelings and tailored interests that make up an entire personality. But to the people who receive thousands of comments and messages every day, we are just one person in a gigantic bubble made up of accounts who comment on my videos sometimes. Secondly, all this, whatever it is between Eugenia and us, just like any other relationship we have with an internet celebrity, it's entirely one-sided. Eugenia doesn't owe us any explanation of what's happening in her private life, no matter how much.
Listen right here. Listen here, fucker. If certain things are being made public, if some things are put out on the open, then people are going to have opinions. People are going to have questions, right? Right, that's just a common thing that happens on the internet. They're going to wonder. They're going to speculate, right? You can't immediately then say, oh, this is private. This is all personal. Yeah, you're putting stuff out on the internet.
We demand it from her. For all we know, maybe Eugenia just doesn't want to make online content where she discusses her weight. This whole...
No, listen. No one's forcing her to make everything. No one's forcing her to make her entire content about her weight. The reason why her weight is brought up in the first place is because it's itchy. The reason why it's brought up is because she is part of a large growing problem, and she's not vocal about, not supporting those people. She's not vocal enough, and she's not doing much to, advocate against that. And that's why, like, most people are so pissed off. It's because whether she realizes it or not, there are things that can be taken from her, like from the content that she produces, and used as thinspo, like pro-ana content. That's like again, she's by far one of the biggest thinspo figures in all of the pro-ana community. Like, she's the biggest influencer of that community. Like, they treat her like she's a fucking goddess. Probably to the extent of that fucking cult that I talked about.
Eating disorder thing is just speculation on a public figure who's only ever talked about this type of thing once online. Astute speculation which, according to my own personal observations, seems largely accurate, mind you, but speculation nonetheless. And through the actions that Eugenia takes, she's made it almost crystal clear that it's very unwanted speculation. She streams on Twitch. Any comment insinuating that she's too thin or has an eating disorder of any kind is deleted on the spot. Something that is entirely within her right to do as someone in control of her platform. And
I get that you don't want to talk about things that make you unhappy and all that, but to outwardly ban concern, that's just not okay. It's just like you can't censor concern. You don't. You can't enable this idea that concern is hate. You can't do that. And the fact that this person is perpetuating this idea and enabling this kind of narrative is so beyond irresponsible and dangerous and reckless and just outwardly gross. And just not even outwardly, just flat out gross.
Something that anyone who isn't a total shithead will respect. And one might come to the conclusion that maybe this implies that it's something she's decided she doesn't really want to talk about. And honestly, looking at how eating disorders are discussed online, in her comment section alone, that's probably a reasonable decision to make. In case you haven't noticed, there's this society-wide stigma around eating disorders.
My society, blah blah blah, shut up.
From the fact that anorexia and people with anorexia are often the butt of jokes about people's weight, to the fact...
What jokes where? Oh my god. Jokes? Jokes. I thought fat people were the butt of jokes. Where? I can't. This is... I wouldn't even say this is reaching. This is like pulling stuff from your ass. Sorry, I keep getting messages. Oh, it was just from mom. Kubi says, this Twitch streamer whose name isn't allowed. Ooh, what name? What name is it? Can you let me know about that, please? Ooh, that's some interesting tea.
that anyone who's any level of skinny is met with unwavering comments about anorexia to the point of bullying them off the internet or even to suicide, or that the only way that we as a society treat eating disorders is...
The dramatics, I can't with the dramatics, bro.
by assigning intrusive medical interventions, when actually for a lot of people the problem...
Intrusive medical intervention. Oh, wow. Again, 2019, brink of death. 2021, 2020, 2022. Again, a relapse. Brink of death. Back to square one. Oh my god, this is enabling. This is so complicit. God, this is so fucked.
Has mostly social causes, or that people with eating disorders are dehumanized and reduced to their disorder by everyone from the public to the medical system to YouTubers deceptively.
Wow, medical... Wait. Medical... So now we're bringing in the like medical professionals. We're demonizing them now. We're demonizing people who are highly educated on disorders, illnesses, disabilities, and all that stuff. Are we really doing this? Are we actually doing this right now? Are we really demonizing people who are taught to know about this stuff? Are we really doing this? Is this a real video? Is this an actual real life video that exists? Am I hearing things right? Am I honestly hearing things right? Holy fucking shit.
Causes, or that people with eating disorders are dehumanized and reduced to their disorder by everyone from the public to the medical system.
I can't do this. They're enabling. This is enabling. This is enabling. This is complicit. This is holy shit. This is a real video that exists. This is a real life video that someone thought was a good idea to make.
System to YouTubers deceptively. editing their thumbnails to make someone look more demented than they actually are, and many, many more. Trust me, I could spitball examples off the top of my head like I'm Ice-T listing examples of addiction.
That's the house on the pony.
The point is, there's a lot of ways that discrimination against people with eating disorders manifests, but I want to focus on, in particular, the ways in which people talk directly to people with eating disorders, since that's the most antagonistic and the most relevant thing to this conversation. But before I dive into this, I want to mention the caveat that my experience with eating disorders isn't overly expansive.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh boy. Shit. Wait.
I dealt with this type of thing in the past for a little under a year, but I kept it mostly under wraps, and
Shit, I forgot about this. Crap. I forgot this part of the video. I take back what I said about the not knowing about eating this. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Again, my memory of these videos, because they're really long, and because I disregarded them originally. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That was I feel so bad. I shouldn't have done that. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. I'm sorry.
I didn't have much by way of comments directed my way about it. I'm only interpreting what people have told me through my own flawed brain. Feel free to correct me in the comments below and also share your experience. On a side note, trigger warning for the comments of this video. I'll pin another warning in the comments as well. But I want to dive into the ways in which we, as a society and as individuals, talk about eating disorders and talk to people with eating disorders through how people react to Eugenia just existing on the internet. Eugenia made a video explaining slightly vaguely how most of the
Slightly vaguely. Oh my god. Oh, I watched this video. I remember this video. There's a reason why the videos have been absolutely great. Why this video in particular has been ratioed is because she is dancing around the issues again. And I know that they're like the boundary thing. I know that you not want to talk about certain things, but she dances around a lot of issues, and it really does annoy a lot of people, and rightfully so.
Comments about her size and appearance seem to not treat her as a person. The comments I show you will be from that video to emphasize the point that most of the
Well, it's not just because of that. It's because she dances around issues, and that's why people have been incredibly frustrated, because she titled this video. It's funny how Bluebird brought up this video, talking about opening up about her feelings, and yet she's doing the same thing she did in other videos where she was supposedly addressing things when she kept dancing around issues. Like, it's the same song and dance. That's why people are annoyed. And that's why the possibility of her trolling is a thing. All that whole, discussion about her possibly trolling for a long time. That's why people are annoyed. What did Eugenia do on stream?
The people watching are not only super tone deaf, but also don't even respect her enough to listen to what she, as the person who is going through the
because she dances around the fucking issues, almost all the time, and she leads people on. That's why people are annoyed. It's not just that one instance. It's so clear that this person hasn't paid attention to how Eugenia, does certain things, and gives certain justification as to why people are reacting the way they are.
We, as a society and as people, tend to feel more entitled to speculate about women's bodies in a more demeaning.
Fuck off. Literally fuck off. Literally shut the fuck off. I'm legit getting fucking pissed off now. I mean, and I'm a woman, and they're talking about the bodies of women. Like, literally keep my body out of your fucking mouth, bro.
So if you're a woman or femme presenting, but they're just a lot more prevalent if you're deemed too thin or too fat by. So if you're a woman or femme.
And also, it's funny how they want to talk about these comments and how quote unquote bad they are, or not quote unquote, but like there are like bad comments out there. When anorexics see comments like that often and interpret that as validation, hence why they continue to body check and continue to starve themselves. They see that as a form of validation. It's sick. But then this person isn't gonna acknowledge that.
Femme presenting, but they're just a lot more prevalent if you're deemed too thin or too fat by people. They're generally just hate.
Oh, again, this fucking language. Ew, I hate it.
Full and shitty comments that tend to end up being left for no reason other than to be shitty to a woman online, which is one of the internet's favorite pastimes. New video on that later.
It's not just a woman online, it's a person who is refusing to seek help and has been leading people on about opening up about things when they don't actually open up about things. Can you please get that through your fucking skull, dude? And stop trying to just stop using this language, please.
Later on in the year. But know that the internet has an animosity towards literally anything that helps teenage girls and young adult women feel comfortable as themselves. See.
That's so fucking funny how he wants to bring that up. Or they. It's so funny how they want to bring this up. When people, mostly girls, mostly young women, have come forward to talk about how Eugenia's content has caused them to relapse, how her content has enabled their eating disorders, and how it's traumatized them. Like, are we not going to talk about that? Are we gonna not pretend that that's a thing? Are we going to pretend that that's a thing? Seriously.
The Beatles, Twilight, Dream, SMP, BTS, One Direction, Justin Bieber, also the entire song Scott Pilgrim ruined a whole generation of women. The patriarchy never stopped existing, it just changed.
This has fuck all to do with the patriarchy. Stop talking about it.
Flavors. Thanks to this patriarchy, we, as a society and as people, tend to feel more. Chat got banned for it, and these people with EDs. More often than not, we aren't really concerned on some deeper moral level. We just.
I want to say so much. I've just noticed that comment, Cool Breeze. Yeah, this I can imagine Bluebird having a very punchable face. I know that's not me making a threat of violence. I know that they're gonna take my words out of context and try to call the fucking police. Someone just threatened to punch me online. Fuck off. Like, seriously? Like, just cut the shit, dude.
We just picked up without even properly knowing why. We just saw everyone else doing it and we just unlearn it. It takes some time. This means that if we don't want to do that, we can just unlearn it. It takes some time and some effort, but it's definitely...
They talk about it as if it's like racism, like unlearning racism. Like this has nothing to do with that kind of like no one has to unlearn. This isn't about an unlearning issue.
Definitely attainable. Another wave of comments, the majority of things that people say to her, are the comments expressing concern about how she's killed.
She is though? Question mark, question mark. She is though, dude. She very clearly is. And it's horrible. It's so fucking sad to see. But you don't want to acknowledge the fact that there are people who see her content and are enabled by that. We're not going to acknowledge that, are we?
Killing herself, and she needs to get help. And while these comments are often coming from a good place,
I want to scream. I just... Oh my god, this video is even more aggravating than the... Actually, I don't know if I'd say it's more infuriating. I keep saying infuriating. So much of this shit is infuriating in general. Like, can we not be so... Can we not be, like, can we not produce videos like this, please? Can we not?
and said in the best of faith, the fact that Eat a Burger comments have started to disappear is telling of that.
Yeah, that is kind of a... Yeah, those comments were... Oof. Yeah, I can agree. Those comments are a big oof. But the fact that you want to, you know, not consider not talk about the obvious, not bring up the obvious, and then try to demonize how those concerns, and you want to demonize those types of comments and concerns. Really, is that what we're doing right now? And stating the obvious too.
Now that people have realized that that's actually a short-sighted way of looking at EDs. These other kinds of comments are also... Thirdly, comments like this often tend to have the opposite effect they want it to do. Other types of comments that Eugenia gets is the weird conspiratorial comments. Things...
Oh, more apologism for the mother. More apologism. Great. Fucking amazing.
About how she's doing this deliberately to manipulate her audience, and she secretly thrives off the attention.
Body checking is a very real thing. Being fueled by the negativity and the shock value is a thing. Let's not pretend that it isn't a thing. Let's not pretend that it isn't a thing, please. Can we not? Please. For the love of God, please. Because that's fucked.
Alternatively, things about how her mother is pulling all the strings behind the scenes.
Do you know who Gypsy Blanchard is? Do you know who Jeannie Blanchard is? Do you know what Munchausen by proxy is? Do you have any fucking idea of what that is? Do you have any idea what that is? No?
Abusing her, never letting her see her friends or something.
One word, 2 words. Jacqueline Glenn. Jacqueline Glenn. She brought that up. Yet you want to pretend that she doesn't exist. Holy shit. I want to say that I want to say that they're kind of... I want to say that they have some kind of hatred towards Jacqueline and are purposefully trying to erase her from this whole story, as if she never, like, nothing between her and Eugenia ever happened. Holy fucking shit, this is propaganda. Like, this is so malicious. This is so insidious. Like, holy shit. Again, this is a real life video that a real life person decided to make. Wow. This is... I keep using male pronouns. But I'm just so mortified by this shit.
These conspiracy theories have been brought into video form, and apart from the unnecessary level of speculation into the life of someone who, again, clearly doesn't want her life to be speculated upon.
Wait. Let's just look at that last. Look at that bit on the right. What? What the hell does this? What are those coloured things there? I don't get that. Why is that a thing? Why is that there? Why is that important to put a deceptive thing? A deceptive thing. Fuck you. Fuck you. The title. I just care about your female stuff. Fuck off. And her wrists. Have you seen her wrists? Have you seen her legs? Have you seen all that shit? And clearly you don't care. Clearly.
The unnecessary level of speculation into the life of someone who, again, clearly doesn't want her life to be speculated upon. It's kind of a weird...
Then why is she public? Why is she a public figure?
An interesting conclusion to come to. And to be clear, when I say interesting, I don't mean in a positive way, more in the sense that it adds another layer onto the complications of talking about this issue. Willie Mack made a video about this whole thing, and while some parts of it are a bit sus,
even though he disavowed it, he was still declared alt-right.
Overall, most of what he's saying is pretty understandable.
It's interesting how they... Sorry. More messages, but this time it's from my partner. Sorry, I can't respond right now. It's interesting how they want to talk about how his video was sus, had sus parts in it, but they don't want to bring up the fact that he openly went out of his way to use someone else to defend the mother. Are you fucking kidding me? Wow. Just wow.
It's interesting that people try to assert some form of conspiracy, because to a lot of people, a structure of abuse is one of the only ways people feel like they're entitled to access.
Again, if these people did not want their lives to be discussed in this way, why did they make so much shit public? Why is so much public? Why is a lot of the shit that they have done been made public? You're purposely not answering these questions because you're too busy gaslighting, deflecting, manipulating, and just being complicit and enabling.
To someone's personal life. If someone's being abused, we feel a moral imperative to intervene. And
we feel this. He's saying, but I can give up. we feel the need to do the right thing when it comes to abuse. I'm pretty sure that doing the right thing when someone is being abused, trying to get them out of that situation is fucking common sense. I'm pretty sure that's a common sense thing. And also going back to the whole parent thing, the mother thing, even people within the commentary community, that's a fucking cesspool, that whole cesspool of a community, even people within there have acknowledged that the mother has issues. I mean, for fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. It's ridiculous.
We feel justified in doing a lot more speculation than we would otherwise, and if it turns out that that's true, then usually the ends justify the means. But if it's not, then they really don't. So people who are dead set on the conspiracy stuff tend not to even be able to comprehend the possibility that they might be wrong about it. They've invested too much into this to even consider that they're on an intrusive wild goose chase, and if there's a possibility that they come to this...
The fact that they would call it a goose chase. This is... Honestly, if this is a Gypsy Rose Blanchard situation, or not like before, if Eugenia... I'm gonna stop myself.
Conclusion, there's a lot of atonement that might have to come with that. It's the same type of mentality that keeps people in cults. This isn't to say that people who buy into conspiracy theories about Eugenia are in a cult or anything. It's...
Then why the fuck did you say that? Why on earth would you say that? And you know what? I'm gonna say what I didn't want to say before. I said it in my first stream about this complicit stuff, the complicity of people like this, is that if Eugenia dies, then they have blood on their hands because they're defending an environment that has been documented to be not safe. They're part of that. This mentalities like this are part of the problem. And they have to live with that. They have to live with what they've done. I hope they're happy with themselves. I really do hope that. Because they're part of the problem again. They have to live knowing that they defended something like that.
It's way too decentralized and unorganized for any of that. But if that's you, it might be useful to put at least some weight into the possibility that her parents aren't actually abusive crazy, your own moral framework that
Shit. Her parents aren't abusive crazies. Then what? What are the phrases you're going to kill her and I want the money? Are we just going to pretend those don't exist? Are we just going to pretend that the screaming in the house doesn't exist? Are they just not fucking canon?
Skinny for once. I've dug myself a massive hole here. I'm already 28 minutes into a video saying that
You've done a crap load of enabling complicity and gaslighting.
you're wrong for having a popular opinion about a controversial figure online. And if you're still here, I commend you. But like most situations, kerfuffles, or whatever you'd call this type of thing, the truth is a lot more nuanced than Eugenia is 100% a victim or Eugenia is 100% a villain. And honestly, it's a lot more boring. On the one hand, it's important to respect the privacy, autonomy, and personhood of Eugenia Cooney. The fact that this video, the one you're watching right now, exists, just adds more fuel to the fire, and I wouldn't be making this video in the first place if I didn't earnestly believe that these things needed to be said and heard and listened to. But on the other hand, you can't exactly ignore the signs. Eugenia has been getting quite a bit thinner recently. ED
Quite a bit.
Have a pretty high relapse rate, so it only makes sense to assume something like that has happened. And it's only human to care, right?
Yeah, it absolutely is.
As content creators, it's important to acknowledge the effect that your content has on people in your community, partly to make sure that you can recognize the positive effect that you have on the world. Content creators' egos need to be stroked as much as possible, like and subscribe, but it's also important to check up on whether you're affecting people negatively. And this isn't just me saying Eugenia's content is inherently harmful, because I don't want to jump to that conclusion, and for the most part I don't really think that's the case. I think that a lot of the work she puts into her
I get that the content is usually it's well, not usually, it's not talking about her weight and all that. But I've said this a plethora of times. Actions speak louder than words.
content is super cool. Her videos have fun, cutesy vlog energy, and she honestly seems super nice and sweet. I can totally imagine numerous people seeing her content and enjoying it for the antics and stuff in her videos. But at the same time, as someone who's had some, albeit limited, experience with eating disorders, I have weird feelings about these content creators. On the one hand, I think that creators who have some form of ED have voices that are important to listen to, and I think that just because of their ED, they shouldn't be de facto barred from the internet just because of that fact. Also, Eugenia doesn't even talk about eating disorders on her channel. It took Shane Dawson, of all people, to get that information out of her publicly. But if someone sees Eugenia as their own thinspo, as the kids say, and then dies trying to get there, is that something that we should blame on the creator? Because while I don't suffer from an ED so much nowadays, I've been able to address it and stuff. I got help from a few people in my life and I don't really feel it anymore. But sometimes when I watch her content, I can still feel a kind of little voice trying to come out and play. Is that Eugenia's fault?
And that is the problem. All of it take fucking like half an hour to acknowledge this. Are you kidding? I'm tired. I'm so fucking tired.
I really don't know the answer to that question. A lot of people bite.
Oh, oh, I don't know if she's, I can't, bro, are we really doing this? Okay, like, sorry, my throat's going now. I'm losing my voice, but there's a lot of so many contradictions, so many hypocrisies in this video. It's just obnoxious.
That bullet, and to some extent I can understand why they do that. If Eugenia didn't create her content, that person wouldn't be able to idolize the way that she looks. While the methods and the effects are vastly different in terms of scale, audiences can be introduced to things like EDs the same way they can be brought into the alt-right. Eating disorders are super competitive. I've seen eating disorder Twitter, and some portions of it can be genuinely terrifying. Adding more fuel to that isn't something that I can advocate for in a vacuum. But there are other things that can be done to fix this problem, or at least address it, that don't just so happen to infringe on the rights of people with EDs to exist in the world. An increase to funding for mental health systems, an improvement upon the methods of treatment, playing our part in erasing patriarchal gender norms, keeping the predatory diet culture in check, as well as a greater general understanding of what EDs are and how they work, would all have a huge part in stopping that person from potentially risking their lives, while also not punishing people for going through bad shit. Speaking of a greater general understanding of what EDs are, eating disorders are a bit like ADHD, in the sense that they're named solely around the things that neurotypicals care about. ADHD is a complex disorder with various symptoms, one of which is there being no correlation between your executive function, that is your memory, self-restraint, and motivation.
Honestly, at this point, I don't know what Bluebird's pronouns are. At this point, I've become completely delirious.
To do things, and the things that you end up actually doing. As a personal example, half the time I will see things that I'm motivated to do, writing the script to this video for example, and I'll come to the reasoned conclusion that I should, aka I have the moral and personal impetus to, sit down at my computer and start typing words and stuff about this topic. And then I think, cool story bro, and I don't do it. That type of thing is most of what the ADHD part of my brain is. It leads to me talking extensively about things that I'm super interested in, oversharing, saying super inappropriate things when I don't know not to, and then for things I'm not super into, I do nothing about them and instead freak out about how I'm not doing those things. And yet, ADHD's name only talks about inattention and hyperactivity, which are mostly
Again, why are you using this as an example?
wager that 998 times out of 1,000, the disordered eating isn't the underlying problem. It's just one symptom of someone who's sick in other ways. You see why it's reductive to begin and end your discussion at get help, eat a burger?
I don't even, at this point, I don't even have to say why this part is absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that this person doesn't go over the traumatic experiences, like I said before with the Draw My Life thing, and the other video too where she admits that she had a dream where a dog raped her or something like that. And I don't know if she's ever talked this whole fat phobia thing. And I can't.
Subject to the very same host of external factors. Any number of these things, videos about their past, about eating disorders, about the things.
Very ironic. It's interesting how they brought up of Herbs and Altars. Because Of Herbs and Altars made about 3 videos. Yeah, one in 2017, 16, I think. One in 2019 where Eugenia returned, and one in 2021.
That people don't usually talk about. She made a sort of similar video to this one, and I don't want to tread on too much covered ground. Instead, go check out her video.
It's interesting how he uses she, her, and I know they present as femme. Or they do go by he, they. And I know that Bluebird has since acknowledged this, but I just thought it was funny.
Video here, it's really good. But I do want to emphasize the point she makes about why a lot of these comments, while they come from a presumably good place, are so especially toxic and so actively harmful, regardless of their intent.
Which is another reason why these weight comments are so toxic and problematic, is that you're seeing an ED person doing something they enjoy. Maybe say you see them horse riding, or you see them in an outfit, or you see them doing yoga or whatever. And if you take their healthy...
And I also want to bring up how Of Herbs and Altars made a video about body checking too. Yeah, they... I just find this interesting.
passion, and you make it all about their eating disorder, you can...
I mean, yeah, I understand this bit. I understand that if they're just doing something. I mean, as long as it's not like, in regards to Eugenia's, the whole body checking thing, as well as like other stuff too. It's just really complicated.
really poison this one good thing that's keeping them afloat.
A lot of the time, other hobbies are incredibly important.
It's in... Wow. In the context, they did not bring up any more of that video. They really did that. People seem to have no issue with like just removing context from videos. Because there was way more to that video. I've watched that video several times.
Within the lives of people with EDs and other disorders. Things like being interested in fashion, video games, makeup, cosplay.
Oh boy. Really? Really? We're bringing up the summer outfits in the shoe collection video? Oh boy. I'm not... listen, I get the point of what the Herbs and Altars... I get what Herbs and Altars is saying. But the fact that Bluebird... Oh boy. I mean, it's just... the summer one was just the worst.
One good thing that's keeping them afloat.
A lot of the time, other hobbies are incredibly important within the lives of people with EDs and other disorders. Things like being interested in fashion.
That. The summer outfits one. And we went over the shoe haul one, but like...
Video.
Yeah, the video games one doesn't matter.
Games, makeup.
And the thing is with the makeup one, it's like how she positions thumbnails and all that, and how she does the makeup too, that people have pointed out and have like had an issue with as well. Like, it's not because of the hobbies that she has. It's not because of that. It's the way that it's, you know, portrayed.
Cosplay, streaming, making videos on YouTube can all be fun, wholesome things that help people with EDs cope with the world around them. Bring that person's weight or their ED into these passions, healthy and productive in and of themselves, and that can completely tarnish and
Listen, no one is actually coming for her hobbies, right? Okay? Well, it's just how, again, there's like a lot of body checking, and there's a lot of like, even they've acknowledged this. It's just, again, there's a lot of contradictions in this video.
ruin those hobbies for that person. In the same way that if you have something like depression and you're showing off your interests, hobbies, things that make you actually enjoy life just a...
Depression is invisible. And, well, that's how it depends on how you portray it. Like, it can be visible through self-harm scars. But with Eugenia, it's visible. Right now. You're talking about something that's invisible, and that's very disingenuous. That's very dishonest.
A little bit, and people respond to that with something to the tune of, "Yeah, but you're depressed. You need to get help for that before we treat."
Dude, that depression and anorexia are not the same things. It's not right. It's not the same thing. Not the same thing at all. Oh, that's so gross that you would make that comparison. Like, what the hell? Ew.
You with humanity. That's probably not going to encourage you to keep doing it, and instead making and happiness, both physically and emotionally.
This comment right here is interesting. It's ironic how they were able to censor this comment when they didn't censor all the other ones. Like, how gross is that?
Emotionally. On the topic of healing and change, it's hope that you're still on your people do fun, healthy, exciting things that they enjoy doing is genuine.
Healthy. Healthy. We're really using terms like healthy. Like, you do this is the whole thing with this video. This person is they of all people should know that terms like healthy are triggering. God's sake.
Great to see, especially if they're going through tough times. And I think that people should be encouraged to do that when they feel like it. I'm all about maximizing people's enjoyments with their lives, after all. I genuinely wish the best for Eugenia, and I hope that
No one's saying that they don't wish the best. Even those who are like, expressing things in a not so, good way, have said that.
whatever it is that she's going through, because again, we're just speculating due to the fact that we don't know her personally, passes as smoothly as possible.
We might not know her personally, but we can't deny that there is a much bigger issue with her. And she's one of the biggest influencers to come out of said issue.
Possible. I hope she's surrounded by the people that will encourage these things to pass as easily as possible.
That's the thing, though. You and everyone else who claims to quote-unquote care for her and who wants to quote-unquote defend her aren't doing that, aren't allowing for that possibility to happen. You're doing that.
I'm super proud, at a safe parasocial distance of course, of the progress that she's made in order to still be around to this day. And Eugenia is fundamentally worthy of love and care and happiness, and
You say it. You say this. Like, oh my god, this is. Oh my god! Like, I can feel my brain liquefying right now. Like, yes, she does deserve those things. Absolutely.
deserves to live her life to the fullest with all the support in the world.
Absolutely, I agree. But what we're not going to do is invalidate all the things that are wrong and act like those within her life currently have. We're not going to pretend that they're, in a way, we're not going to pretend that they're not part of the problem. Let's not let's not pretend that, okay?
Because she's a person and therefore is worthy of our respect. Obviously, the phrasing of this comment.
Shit. I just realized I forgot to bring up something in the VangelinaSkov video, and this one too. The brother Chip Cooney, according to Jacqueline Glenn, Chip Cooney has said that, oh, you look fine, I don't know why people are freaking out about you. He's complicit with all this. And if you watch 50 Shades of Chest Pains, you would know that there is a lot of real fucked up shit with the brother. Like, real disturbing, demented shit with the brother, allegedly, of course. Yeah, allegedly. Allegedly, absolutely. I'm already in bed.
Is a little bit primitive, I guess.
But no, we're just going to pretend that doesn't exist.
I think that some parts could have been worded a bit as vain as how we look, or our bodies, or our brain. It's not our desire for love or companionship. Everything I said was run through people who know more about this than I do, and I have
I'm not convinced.
sources that somewhat back up what I believe, but like I said before, all my opinions
Somewhat believe, not 100% believe. Then why the fuck did you make this video?
in this video are me interpreting other people's experiences through my own flawed brain and trying my best to.
Then why the hell did you make this fucking video if you knew you couldn't interpret if you couldn't say things right? This shouldn't exist. This video shouldn't exist.
Present them as accurately as possible. As a result, please feel free to correct me on anything I said in the comments below. But in my
Everything, this whole video is wrong. Almost everything about this video is fucking wrong, and you should be ashamed of yourself for making it.
opinion, and this is just my opinion, I think that two things in an ideal world should happen. Firstly, I think that Eugenia, as someone with a public platform, should talk a bit more about her own experience with regards to eating disorders.
This. We finally made it, guys. They've actually said something that wasn't completely fucking stupid. Holy shit, it's actually happened.
Once she's ready and feels able to talk about those experiences, of course. She's uniquely situated thanks to having a platform of millions of subscribers, and while I think that she shouldn't be forced or coerced into doing or disclosing anything that she doesn't want to, I absolutely feel like a video documenting her experiences, made by her and on her own terms, talking about what she feels is important.
By her and on her own terms. You mean that's never gonna happen?
To her experience would undoubtedly do absolute wonders for public awareness. Long shot, but Eugenia, if you want to do something like this, hit me up. Second,
Fuck off. This is as if she wants anything to do with you. Well, I mean, like, you simped so fucking hard, like, it's insane.
we need to stop harassing Eugenia. Comments like these ones, talking about weight as opposed to anything else, do not help. People are just a product of their surroundings, and if you're surrounded only...
My god, can there be any more hypocrisies in that video? In this fucking video? Holy shit.
By comments that are obsessed with your weight, demeaning you, telling you that you're not good enough as you are when you're just trying to cope.
Telling you that you're not good enough. Yeah, no one's saying that you're not good enough. I mean, like, there are, like, obvious haters who are, just not good at people in general, but no level-headed person saying that, dude.
Cope with the world you were forced into, then you're going to internalize all that. But the same thing is true the other way round. If you're surrounded by people who support and encourage you, engage.
And, like, context will be, I was going to say citation, but more context would be nice. We say that if you surround by people who support and encourage you, what does that mean? What the hell does that mean?
Engage with your interests and allow you room to just exist on the... Send her words of encouragement, just as much love and positive energy as you...
People have tried. It just falls on deaf ears, dude. A lot of it falls on deaf ears. And again, like with Vangelina's video, it's filled to the...
Send her words of encouragement,
fucking
sometimes up to 7 years. There's a lot of things that come with healing, and regaining weight is only one.
Fuck this, dude. Fuck it. I'm disgusted. This is disgusting. Oh, wow. I've been streaming for it's nearly 5 hours now. What time is it? God, nearly 20 to 2. Yeah, thanks to everyone who has managed to get to this far. Who's managed to get this far? Yeah, Christ. My eyes are so sore. So I think I might end it here. Thank you to everyone who's watched this. Yeah, I think I need to get some sleep. Yeah, I'm oh wow. I don't think I've ever done something this long before, especially with like something like a stream. I've never streamed this long. But yeah, these people, they're complicit in what's going on. They're part of the problem. They want to act like they're not, and it's disgusting. They haven't documented the types of stuff that's happening within Eugenia's community. This rabbit hole has gotten so big, and it's only going to get bigger. I can guarantee you on that. So I'll end the stream here, and I'll talk to you guys later. Take care.